gentlemen council members, please be upstanding for the mayoral party.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Can I please remind members to ensure that their mobile devices are set to silence? It's with deep sadness that I start on the very sombre notes with the passing of Councillor Wakefield, a very good friend to many people in this chamber and to this council. Our thoughts and prayers are with Margaret and his family and their friends at this very difficult time. And I know that the leader will lead tributes to the later on in the meeting. Before we take our first item on the agenda, colleagues, we remember that this is the last council meeting. The leader highlighted that she wished to bring forward a Community Champion Award. Councillor Jeffries, would you like to introduce your first Community Champion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, a couple of council meetings ago, I felt that the council should start to give Community Champion Awards. With so many people in this district who work hard in their communities, really unsung heroes, and I know there was an unsung hero event last Friday where people got recognition, but we have got people who work in their communities, don't ask for anything in return, but support their communities and really work hard for them and make a difference without making a fuss, just quietly getting on with talking to people, helping them with their issues and really caring about the area in which they live. And so I wondered and talked to my colleagues about how we could recognise that. There are Freedom of the City Awards that we can give, another award, but we can't give everyone Freedom of the City. So we came up with the Community Champion Award, and from time to time, I'm sure nominations will come from most of you about moving forward with the Community Champion. But I'm very proud today to nominate Mr. Mohammed Bashir. Mohammed came to Wakefield in 1950, brought his family here, and you can see what a large family he has. And it's great to see them all here today to honour him, as I know that you do. He worked in different industries across the district, but he did try a number of other times out first, I understand. But he came to Wakefield, and he chose Wakefield because he thought Wakefield was the best place to be, and it certainly proved it for you. He's been a wonderful person for the Asian community, helping them, guiding them, keeping people out of trouble, and politics for Mr. Bashir hadn't come into it. He'll talk to anyone, help them and guide them, and he's been a real community champion in the area which he lives, but also reaching out to the Asian community across our district. So I'm very, very proud to nominate him for the first Community Champion Award. And I know that his daughter would like to say a few words. Would you like to come down and say a few words on behalf of Mr. Bashir? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody can hear me. I need to switch the mic on there. It is truly an honour to stand here today and attempt to do justice to some 65 plus years of service dedicated to the community. A lifetime of selflessness and commitment. My father, Mohammed Bashir, lives his life with a clear purpose, to help and empower others. Whilst I could stand here and list many of his achievements, from leading the establishment of the mosques to fostering harmony amongst diverse communities. But what truly stands him apart is his unwavering belief that we are all equals and deserving of opportunities. I still remember him helping people with everyday tasks, whether it was completing forms or writing letters. Always offering his assistance without expectation of return, as he believed that was the right thing to do. He became a crucial link between the community and the statutory and non-statutory services to bridge gaps and build mutual respect and understanding, which form the foundation of successful service provision for where many live in our community. One special memory I hold of him is working with the schools in the early 1980s to allow Muslim girls to wear leggings so their parents would feel comfortable allowing them to participate in physical education. Another fond memory he recalls many times to me is of the first Eid prayer in the early 1960s held at the Wakefield Cathedral, a profound symbol of community harmony before the concept of inclusion and diversity became mainstream. My father has not only broken barriers for community and services, he has been a source of immense inspiration for our family. It is his sport that led me to enter higher education at a time when it was still considered unconventional for Asian girls to do so. With his sport, I have been able to build a successful career for which I will forever remain grateful. However, his many achievements would not have been possible with the support of others. Our late beloved mother, his mosque committee, dedicated council officers and leaders, local members of parliament, the Wakefield Faith Group, and just a few I mentioned here today. My father embodies the principle that be the change one wants to see in the world. He continues to evolve, finding ways to serve, leaving us as his family in awe of his relentless spirit. I can only hope that his legacy continues to empower the vulnerable and dwelling communities. As Aristotle so aptly put it, what is the essence of life? To serve others and do good. Now, if I just may take a few more moments of your time and share a spoken word piece written by his granddaughter. To you, he is a man of principle and vision. To us, he is a constant source of warmth and affection. To you, he is a leader who uplifts the community and inspires change. To us, he is the quiet strength which keeps the family united. To you, he builds bridges and creates opportunities. To us, he is the foundation upon which we build our dreams. To you, he is a visionary guiding towards a better future. But to us, he is our light on our darkest days. Thank you for listening, and thank you for
Thank you. Should I? Thank you, Patrice and Mayor, for organizing this, and thank you everyone in the room and making a pleasant day for me. But earlier on, I was saying, if I achieve anything, I was having to take a back seat because of my health reasons. I looked behind me. Anything I achieved, there was more need to be done for vulnerable community. It's never ever ending work. We need to do. That is my honest opinion. I can't say I have achieved everything. I have achieved very little because there is more need. Thank you very much. I'm not a good speaker. I never wanted to be a speaker. Thank you.
The first item on the council summons.
Mr. Mayor, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do hope that that was transmitted properly. The opposition councillors have raised on a number of times that when these meetings are going on, there are technical issues with broadcast. And the last council meeting we had, the first 12 minutes of the council meeting was broadcast without sound. And it's important that the people who sat in the gallery, people at home, see exactly the same things. So can we please ensure that the technical broadcasting is working, and if it's not working at any point during the meeting, that it's brought to your attention and the meeting is stopped until the technical issues are corrected. Thank you.
Just for reference, that isn't a point of order, Councillor. That will be taken on board what we say. Thank you. Going back to the agenda, the first item on the agenda of the council summons is the members' declarations of interest. Will members declaring an interest please identify themselves and their interests and clearly and then complete the usual yellow forms before the end of the meeting. Firstly, are there any disclosable pecuniary interests to be declared. Are there any other member interests to be declared? Thank you. Agenda item 2 is to receive and confirm the minutes of the July council meeting. Are these minutes moved?
Move the minutes, Mr Mayor.
Are these minutes seconded?
Second the minutes, Mr. Mayor.
All in favour, please show. That is carried, thank you. Agenda item 3 is to receive apologies for absence. In advance of the meeting, the following apologies have been received from Councillors Carrington, Craig, Forster, Councillor Mrs Myra Tishwood, Councillor Mr A Nichols and Councillor Rhodes. Are there any further apologies to be noted?
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Councillor, agenda item 4 is to deal with such announcements as I may decide to lay before council. Since our last meeting, I have spent the summer months celebrating. We started with Yorkshire Day, Wakefield Pride, Civic Service, concerts, amateur dramatic productions, brass band concerts and award evenings. We have had a plethora of talent in our district and we should be very proud of, promote and celebrate all of this. I have visited many care homes and churches for special events and to deliver a 100th birthday card to residents. But above all, I have been to places to say thank you to the local community heroes that our district is truly blessed with. To mention just one of these events, last Friday I, along with Peter, attended the Unsung Hero Awards evening at the Wakefield Cathedral. Here, 10 extremely worthy people from our communities were honoured for their wonderful work that they do across the district. From that 10, there were 2 overall winners. One was voted on by the public of the district, and this was an amazing lady called Kath Baldwin. Kath is an amazing person who is an advocate for people with Down syndrome. She has worked and is an integral part of the National Health Service in our area. And as was said on the evening, we all need to be a little bit more like Kath. The other award went to a lady called Jan Archbold, who is the organiser of Memory Action Group. Jan and her wonderful team support those living with dementia and their families. And I hope that you will recall that Memory Action Group is the charity that my annual appeal is supporting. We have held a variety of charitable fundraising events, and I must give special thanks to all those brave individuals who threw themselves off, I've sailed 247 feet down Wakefield Cathedral Tower last Saturday. Some of those who have sailed are in the chamber this afternoon, and along with others we have raised in excess of £5,000 for my appeal. To all of those who attended my other charitable events, to all of those that work in our community, I would like to say thank you. Item 5 on the agenda is the leader's report. Once the leader has presented her report, she will receive comments or answer any questions from members on matters that are raised within her report. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think in my report I'd like to obviously pay tribute to Graham and Fisherwood, and then I think other members will want to do that in a minute's silence. So I'll carry on with my report when I've spoken and everybody's spoken. It's a devastating situation that we've lost Graham Fisherwood. He was a giant of a man, in stature and everything else. He's been on this council for over 30 years, and many of us who were around at that time knew him well. He did so much in the council, and I could go on all day about the things he did, but he embraced the council issues, he did so much, and what he did, he took issues on that perhaps some of us didn't want to deal with. When he was chair of the housing committee before we had a cabinet system, and he was chair of housing, and his great passion was council housing. So of course, when we wanted to do a stock transfer to WGH, who did we ask to do it in a difficult situation? We asked Graham to do it, and he delivered that by consultation with communities, and he delivered the vote of all the people who lived in our council housing, and they voted to move with WGH. I hope they're still satisfied with that. Also, when we had to look at the issues of closing our swimming pools across the district, who did we ask to lead on that? The chair of scrutiny, Graham Sherwood, and he came up with a strong report on that, and we moved his recommendations forward. He did so much amongst the council. He spoke to us all when he thought we were not doing the right thing. He dealt with a lot of us and told us when he didn't agree with us. And he mentored a number of young councillors coming up. But his great passion of all was Featherstone. If anybody loved their area, it was Graham Sherwood. He fought for Featherstone every step of the way. Years ago, as I say, when he was chair of housing, along with his colleagues, he gave up being chairman of housing because he wanted to stand up for his community, and he voted against the Labour group, and of course he had to resign as chairman of housing. That was the measure of the man. He put Featherstone first, and of course he did it again earlier this year, when he pledged in his manifesto that he wouldn't support the bypass. And he kept his word to his constituents, and he voted against it, and he got suspended from the Labour group. And he knew what he was doing, but it mattered to him. It was Featherstone. That really mattered. And I have to laugh about some of the things, because I go on about Wakefield being the city of culture, and Graham said to me, well, it isn't really. It's Featherstone that's the city of culture, because we've got the war horse, we've got the sculptures that we got funding for. He did all this as chairman of the town council. And it did so much, the memorial garden there, created it, is quite amazing. So Graham and I argued a lot about Featherstone being the cultural centre of our district. And it's the measure of the man that only 3 weeks ago, he went to put a wreath on the grave of when the miners were massacred in Featherstone many years ago. And he went there to put a wreath on, and he had his accident, and that started him being very ill. So it just shows to me how much he cared about Featherstone. He obviously loved Margaret and his family greatly, but Featherstone was his second love, and he did everything he could to put Featherstone forward. He was our comrade, and he was our friend, and we loved him. And we shall miss him so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to stand so we can have a moment of silence to reflect on the life of Councillor Sherwood. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Can I ask the official leader of the opposition to
Just to echo the words of Councillor Jeffrey there, we've known Councillor Sherwood in the council for a number of years, and we can say that, I would always say that he was always forthright, he always heard what he had to say, he didn't hide his views, and the council chambers you mentioned, on the last occasion that I remember when he stood up and said that he didn't agree with the group, which is quite a rare thing, and it just shows a testament to him as well. I know that in the last few years his health hasn't been the best, but I remember when I first started as a councillor, I've seen him fully active and quite, bubbly personality. And he'd tell you sometimes I accidentally sent an email, I was saying, I sent it to quite a few people on there, and he never let it go. He was always winding me up about sending emails and checking who I'd sent them to. So I just, it's very sad news when I heard yesterday that Graham had passed away, and my thoughts are with Councillor Isherwood at this stage, because obviously it'll be quite a dark time for her at the moment, and I hope that in that message of the support from everybody get to her, and I hope she can see or hear the messages that we're saying today, because it'll be quite important for her to hear this as well, because it's quite a difficult time for anyone going through a bereavement, and I hope that we can find a way of sending these messages across as well. Obviously we'll be sending our own personal messages in our own way as well. Thank you.
Councillor Birds.
Like I've said before, Graham was a man who commanded respect. What I especially liked about him was if he had a problem with you, he'd be said to your face, not behind your back. And that, I respect that in anybody. Because we don't always agree on everything, because we're all individuals, aren't we? It really winds me up when it's being said behind closed doors and not to the face. Man for respect, he helped me a lot when I first started, even though I wasn't a member of the Labour Party, that didn't matter. He'd give me some sound advice that I listened to. Very, very great man, done a lot for this city, a lot for Featherstone, and I hope he'll be fondly remembered. And again, our condolences to Margaret and his family.
Thank you. Councillor Keith.
I got to know on Monday. I've known Graham for the best part of 40 years. I knew his dad, Les, before I knew Graham, and all that peace in the pot. I still see him stood at every function. I thought some prayers go out to not only Margaret, but to Matthew and James, his sons, who he was so proud of. Who covered the world, Matthew in New York and James in Western Australia. Graham was a Featherstone road through and through, but he never left the town that he was always admired in. A town that still owes him so much. Everything in Featherstone, you can virtually direct back to the efforts of Graham Isherwood. So do the Labour Party. So does this council. Owe him so much. We sometimes differ, as you always do in politics, but I never lost my appetite for his company. His colloquialisms and his sayings are still used today and will continue to use. Some of the things he said, it's a lot easier to throw bricks than it is to catch, he used to say. And it's that kind of earthy realism that underpinned Graham. He was iconic, he was inspirational, and I think he'll be irreplaceable. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers.
Today is a profoundly difficult day for all of us. We are here not only to conduct the important business of this council, but to reflect on the loss of someone who has been a cornerstone of our community in Ward 6 and this chamber. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to speak about the passing of my colleague, and more than that, my close friend, Graham. I'm using Graham's microphone here, and he'd like that. What I'm reading, and he would hate that. Graham's party piece was to have page after page in his hand, start to speak, and then discard it so everyone could see. There was nothing service was unwavering. In every debate, in every decision, his guiding principle was always what was best for the people we represent. He was not just a councillor, he was a mentor, a leader, and a friend to so many. I remember our first days together when we were both younger, perhaps a bit more idealistic, but with a shared passion for making a difference. Through the years, we saw so much change, and he was always a steady hand, never afraid to speak his mind, and always ready to listen to others. His wisdom and his sense of fairness will be missed by everyone who had the privilege to know him. But beyond the policies and the politics, he was my friend. We spent countless hours together, not just in this chamber, but in the quiet moments, reflecting on our lives, our families, and our hopes for the future. It's hard to imagine these meetings without his voice beside me. I will miss his counsel, his humour, his companionship, more than words. We are diminished by his passing, but I know his legacy will live on in the work we continue, inspired by his example. It is up to us now to carry forward the principles he held dear: honesty, integrity, and a deep commitment to serving the people who elected us. Thank you, Graham, for your decade of service, for your friendship, and for the countless ways you have made our community and our lives better. On Friday, in Featherstone, we will be unveiling the big wheels, the now Graham's big wheels. Graham was the driving force behind this sculpture, and he wished more than anything to invite every member of this council to that opening. The plaque we had made, we're altering, and we're going to put Graham's name on that, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. We will miss you, and we will remember you. And finally, could I ask council to look at the possibility of leaving this seat forever empty? Rest in peace.
Councillor Norrington, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mine's going to be not as long as Councillor Vickers. I first met Graham when I started serving on the school governors many years ago when it was known as Featherstone High School. And then I joined the Labour Party, so I'm talking over 40 years ago now. And then I became a member of Featherstone Town Council and got to know Graham even better. He was very witty, dry sense of humour. Sometimes you didn't even know how to take what he was saying to you, whether he meant it or it was just a joke. And you could look at his face, and his face could tell 1,000 words. He's done a lot for our community. He's been a stalwart. He's always thought about our community. That was first in his mind ever. Even when he got poorly, and myself and Councillor Vickers asked him to slow down and everything, and he still wouldn't do that. He wanted to push on. And on Friday, like Councillor Vickers said, that will be a tribute to Councillor Isherwood. I'd just like to offer my condolences to Margaret, James, Matthew and their families. And I know he absolutely adored his four grandsons. He was a bit apprehensive when he was going to fly to Australia. He didn't want to go, and we had to encourage him. I think Margaret had to drag him on the plane to get there, but once he got there, he quite enjoyed it. And when I got on the council here in 2016, Graham was my mentor, and I learnt a lot from him. He took me round, he introduced me to officers and to those councillors that I didn't know, and I will always be eternally grateful for that. Yeah, and I think that's a great idea what council has come up with. That's it, should be less vacant. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
As a resident of most of my life in Featherstone, I'd like to add my tribute to Tish. To Tish, if you would, as it was fondly known to all of us Featherstonians. Tish is, you know, a character that will never be able to replace. And I remember the colloquialism as well that other councillors have talked about. The favourite one that he always gave to me was every birthday he used to say, "Aye, that's making a grand old lass." And every year, if I didn't hear that from him, it felt like, you know, a big gap in my life. Never to be replaced, always to be remembered. Greatest love and condolences to Margaret and the family. Rest in peace, Tish. My God bless.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's hard to follow many of these moving tributes to Graham, but I will, because he meant a lot to me, as he did everyone in this chamber. He's tremendous and fought for our character, his relentless honesty. I like to call it Yorkshire grit. If you think of what a Yorkshireman should be, Graham is very close to that. As Councillor King said a minute ago, he had a wit so sharp and acerbic it could cut steel. And to be on the receiving end of that could be quite challenging at times, but it was also very funny and a hallmark of who he was as a person. He was a mentor to me as well when I first got in the council, a guide, a counsel for difficult decisions, and a collective conscience for our Labour group. He didn't take any nonsense, not for Graham's civic biscuit, as he called the ceremonial and fancy functions that come with the council. He didn't believe any of that. He was there to get the job done for his people in Featherstone. As Denise outlined at the start of this debate, his achievements as a council were significant, from the stock transfer, the formation of street scene services at the council, to at the ward level, the war horse, public art, securing investment over many years for Featherstone and his local community. And I hope that just as he strove to keep the legacy of the Featherstone massacre and other industrial heritage of Featherstone alive, we will try and keep his legacy alive, because he wants us to do that. Featherstone's lost its greatest champion. We've all lost a dear friend and comrade, but most of all send love and condolences to Margaret and all the family, to who he was absolutely devoted. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Graham Bishop was a councillor in this chamber when I first became a councillor, and a very friendly face right from the very beginning. He was one of the dwindling group, there's always been one. I think on a personal level, I think that leaves Denise, Olivia and Betty. But I think he was also representative of the traditional older group of councillors with both his mining and his rugby background. On both subjects, he was quite familiar. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that Graham will be one of the few people who I would say would be absolutely genuinely missed by all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to bear with me because I always write a few things down, because it really is difficult just to know where to begin when paying tribute to a man like Tish. He was, without question, larger than life and someone that you just couldn't help but notice. Not just because of his strong presence, but because of his deep convictions, his endless sense of humour and his unwavering commitment to the council and the community that he serves so passionately. We've heard by everyone, I think, that stood today that he was a man of principles and he was never afraid to speak his mind. And let's be honest, Tish called a spade a spade. He didn't mince his words, and that was one of the many reasons that we loved and respected him so much. You always knew exactly where you stood with Tish, and even if you didn't agree with him, you couldn't help but admire the way in which he told you that. nearly every meeting with Tish. His humour, his wit, that twinkle in his eye that he got when he knew that he'd got you on the hook will stay with us all forever. He was always up for a laugh, and somehow, no matter how serious the issue, he had the ability to lighten the mood and remind us that we are all human. But for all of this humour, he took his role in this council very seriously. He was always there, reliable, dependable, and ready to fight for what he believed was right, and he will leave a huge hole in this chamber, one that will be very hard to fill. We'll miss his presence, his voice, and his straightforward wisdom that he brought to council every day. And on a final note, Tish, if you listen up there, I think we can finally concede that Havertop Police Station is indeed in Featherstone. And I know that'll bring a smile to your face wherever you go. So today, while we reflect with sadness on his passing and send out huge condolences to Margaret and his family, who was utterly devoted to, let's also celebrate a man who lived a well life, a man that was well loved, and a councillor who will forever be a part of Featherstone and a part of his council. He might be gone physically, but his spirit will remain with us in every debate, every laugh, and every decision that we make for the town we loved so much. Thank you.
Councillor Terence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The old sister's all 17-year-old and our apprentice electrician has been on. She's from an electrician and one of the heroes around as apprentices, you can just imagine. Well, the car flat kept going out of the house and he did suffer force back and so on. But he says to you all, impeccable. Jossie, you now like a lion here. But it was soft as a gentle as a lamb. You got to remember gentle giant. And you saw that when you were playing Santa at Featherstone Christmas events. I was not just looking at this over saying I one time as a colleague and a friend. And Tish, you saw me in the sleep again and rest in peace, old mate.
Councillor Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Graham was one of the first councillors I got to know outside the Castleford area when I first joined the Labour Party, second was the District Party. He was always encouraging. And when I was on council, he was always encouraging. And it's been said in meeting time and time again, he was Mr. Featherstone. You put him down the middle, he was Featherstone. But as Denise and Jack Roddick alluded to, he did so much for the district as a cabinet member that I really think he found his own school to make. He loved being chair of the management board. I remember as a deputising my cabinet member, as a young deputy cabinet member, going to a scrutiny meeting, thinking I would then say what I want. I went into the meeting, Greg couldn't slap me down, so wait a minute, you're here to answer questions, not tell us what you want us to know. And he was right to do that, was great. I think some of the most enjoyable times when I'm in the council is hearing debate with the late great Alan Mossel. There were some wonderful stories of them too. They wound each other terribly. But the one thing about Graham, I had used with him, fundamental arguments that you would never take it personally, and you could always walk away and all be friends with him. That was the make of the man. So I think we've all said to Margaret and to the family, Graham has such a legacy to Wakefield District to Featherstone, it will never be forgotten. Rest in peace to the friend.
Councillor Todd.
Yeah, I'm a very long time now. I just want to put these things and it is working class hero. And that's a rarity of there these days. But Graham weren't interested in career politicians. I don't know if you in this place, but career politicians. He fought Featherstone and did everything that we would expect of him. He never
same team. And there were scouts stood at the side of the pitch watching, and they came to both myself and to Graham and said, we're really interested in signing your two kids. And Graham lit up, and I obviously lit up, and then you could see his face visibly drop. The scout were from Leeds. And you can imagine, but guess what? They invited us over to Leeds to a game. And they invited us to go before the game, go into one of these fancy boxes up in the stands, and watch the game, and then sign for Leeds for a 5-year period for all the kids. And Graham, for 2 weeks before we were invited over, the number of phone calls I got to say, we can't be serious, we can't let them sign for Leeds list. We've got away, we'll sign for Featherstone, we'll sign for Casper, let's not go. But guess what? We went. But it wouldn't go in the box. We went before the game, we signed, the kids signed, because it was right for the kids, and he said, I just can't go in that box and sit and watch this team called Leeds. And that's Graham to a T. No matter whether it's politics, no matter whether it's rugby league or whatever, he had his views, and his views were bang on. And I'll tell you, for 9 months we used to share cars going over, taking them over. And seriously, he hated that 9 months. And at the end of it, his lad said, I'd rather go play for somebody else. And that was one of the best days, his face lit up. When he said, I'd rather go play for somebody else. Graham, I'm going to say this, because I know you'd say mate. You've been a good mate to me, Pauline, and obviously we used to write for a lot of meals with my wife and Margaret. Sad for Margaret, it's a terrible time, and we'll certainly, we should all look after Margaret, because she's a gem, a real gem. So, rest in peace, mate. Councillor States.
When you did see him, everyone's face lit up because they knew they were in for a bit of
Finally, on behalf of myself and for the whole council, I would like to offer sincere condolences to Margaret, to sons James and Matthews and their families in their homes in the United States and in Australia. Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Jeffries to continue with the religious report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a number of things I just want to raise. Last week saw the anniversary of the 7th of October, and it's a date that we'll all remember. Appalling terrorist act which cost 1,200 lives, but it also marks the years of devastating military action began in Gaza. Over 40,000 people have been killed, and the humanitarian crisis continues, and it's getting worse, and it's spreading into Lebanon. Increased military action in the region. I know there's strong feelings about this across the council, and that many of us feel increasingly powerless to do much about it. But I'm sure we'll all agree and support that we must call for a ceasefire again and again until something happens. It's just escalating, and it's a terrible situation, and I couldn't not say anything about this. And I think we all agree, whatever our politics, we do feel that something needs to be done to stop this terrible killing across all communities. A bit of good news, we recently received the Ofsted report from the Centre for Children with Special Needs, and I have to say I'm really proud that we got the highest award that any council can get. And I do congratulate Vicky and her team for all they've done on that. I won't say too much about it. I know Margaret was going to say something about it because she was bursting with pride about this. So I'll ask Helen to say a few words under Margaret's report, if you would, Helen. The other thing that's hit our district this week is the disgraceful behaviour of Arriva buses. And it's, I make no apologies, no excuse for saying this. They're absolutely going to devastate and denigrate our area. Take our buses away, children won't be able to get to school, people won't be able to get about, and we really must do something about it. Matthew and I are having meetings with the Mayor and Arriva say something about it. The excuse that they can't get enough drivers, when we found out yesterday that they have had training schemes, people have been on them, but nobody wants to actually work for Arriva. Now, I wonder why that is. So this district is going to suffer terribly about this. We will be bringing a motion to council next month, but in the meantime, I have had a meeting with the combined authority about looking to what we can do, but the very little we can do at the moment. The Mayor is bringing in franchise, but that will take some time. Taking over the buses, it will take some time. So we are going to have to take a reaper on, and I hope everybody in all parties, because all your communities will suffer as well if there are no buses. So I really want us to make a stand about this. I know that you might think there's very little we can do, but we have to say something. We can't just leave it and hope that Arriva will pick up. I think it's the worst bus company in the country, and it just so happens that we're stuck with it in Wakefield. I'm not going to say too much about the interview because I know they've got a motion on the agenda, but in the motion it says, would we write to Rachel Reeves? I already have done that, asking them to reconsider. And also, I want to congratulate my colleague Maureen Cummings on what she's done with the pension credit, and I do urge people, if they haven't picked up an event in their ward, to try and get people onto pension credit so they can then claim winter fuel. I know about 17 are already booked in, and perhaps more now, but it is worthwhile. And at some of the launches we've been to, we have been able to help people get onto pension credit. This is something that matters. We're here to look after our residents, and that's what we must do. The last thing I want to raise is that, as you all know, we have a remuneration panel, an independent panel that looks at members' allowances. And I feel that we should take a all across our district, not across the country, but our district that matters to us. So we will have to bring a report to council recommending that we don't go forward with the rise in councils around this issue. I hope everybody will agree to that, but we will be discussing it in full with a full report to Cabinet next month. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffries. Any comments? I have two speakers at the moment. I'll start with Councillor Swift.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's about buses. I don't think we can actually wait until the legislation on buses makes its slow way through Parliament. I heard the other day that it might not even kind of be launched in Parliament until next year. We do hope that will speed things up, but at the moment the existing procedure is lengthy, tortuous, and with an awful lot of tripwires built into it. In the meantime, I appreciate and, we welcome the steps that the leader and previously Matthew, said about seeing what the combined authority will do. And yes, clearly we must. But it does stick in the craw that Arriva are able to blackmail us. They're not alone in that. Stagecoach have been doing the same partly, and actually putting the combined authority in a position where it actually redirects, which are actually quite small funds, into the particular services where they will be run. The point I wanted to make was that I do think that there does need to be some emergency legislation so that what I would loosely call failing bus services can actually be placed under the direct control, not the financing, but the direct control of the combined authority, so that people don't have to wait whatever length of time it is, and so that these companies can actually profit by their action. At the moment, the course of action they're taking, and I don't think they're going to be alone as we go through the process of moving inexorably towards franchise services at some stage. I don't think we can accept this scorched earth policy that I think a number of bus companies are actually pursuing. I do think there's a need to ask government for emergency legislation for failing companies so that the actual direct control can be exercised and not simply that we have to cross the palms with silver every time they act responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Keane.
Yeah, following on from that, Kevin, can I just say also, Mr. Mayor, you should have received my apologies there. I have to leave at 3:15. But following on from what Kevin's just said, if Arriva can't fulfil their contract of supplying these public service, then they should be asked to stand down as an alternative provider found. It's as simple as that. If they can't employ drivers, then they can't provide the service. This is the whole problem with providing the public service with a company that marches to the south of a ringing till. The point being is they look after their shareholders first, they look after the people that's on their side first, and the public come absolutely last, and you're usually found waiting at a bus stop at whatever time of night, at whatever time of day, when they choose to put on the service. This is not how it should be run. We're paying for this up front. If you can't do it, say lots of luck in the future, and let's go find somebody who can supply that public service that we demand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite refreshing actually. A lot of things in the leaders' report do make sense and I do agree with. But what really sticks in the craw is when we fail things in this council, when nobody's held accountable. What we do as a council is we give a promotion to people who are unqualified, have no background in the area that they have been promoted to, and also...
Sorry, can I just stop you there? Could you tell me
to that person to be able to conduct the role.
I think you're stretching that point a little bit there, so in that case I'm going to ask you to stop speaking, please. Can I ask Councillor Gill, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we've got to be surprised to learn that I'm going to talk about buses as well. I'll have to disagree with the leader. The Riva isn't the worst company to work for. And the one I work for is far worse, or it was when I worked for them. But it doesn't matter really whichever company it is, they're all equally as bad. And I've said this before in this chamber, the only way to solve the problem in public transport, not just buses but trains as well, is to take it all back into public ownership. Privatisation is a total failure. It doesn't put travelling public first at all. And I don't have a lot of confidence that franchising will make any difference. But I'm prepared to wait and see on that. My personal view is to take it all back into public ownership. And the other point I've made is the reason that we can't find drivers is not only because of the appalling work conditions that we've got and the amount of hours that they're expected to drive. I mean, I'll only answer and say, when I were a bus driver and doing an early turn, starting at 4 o'clock in the morning, that's driving the bus out of the garage gate, by the way, not getting up. That's after driving the bus out of the garage. When I finished work at 8 o'clock the night before, you can probably hardly know what I was. So I would set off and I'd go from one terminus to another and get to the next terminus and think, how did I get here? And I didn't remember any of the journey. And that is the pressure drivers are under. And that's why we can't recruit them. Yeah, and my final point of that is the pay. I was shocked to learn. Now, I left, and I'm going to try and remember when it was I left. 2005-ish. I'm getting old, I can't remember exactly. 2005-ish. And I was shocked to learn that their wage isn't much more than what I was earning then. And driving a bus is more than just sitting behind a wheel. You know, if you're fully laden, you can still got people's lives in your hands. It's a lot of pressure, you know, and this is why we can't recruit drivers, and it's not going to get any better, and it won't get any better unless we take it back into public ownership.
Councillor.
In terms of just going through the key items that were raised in the leaders report, I'll just take the buses as the first one. I've not used buses for a long time, but I understand that a lot of people are relying on for hospital appointments, etc., moving around the district, and that's their only means of travel. I'm not familiar with the Riva company, and I can't really make a comment on whether they're good or bad as employers, but the existing motion in the council, unless they're pointless motions, there was a motion in the council which and we recycle a lot of them all the time, there's an existing motion about bringing buses into public ownership, and I think I remember that it received cross-party support, so I don't think there's a necessary need if there is an issue. If there is an issue, I'm not saying there is or isn't. If there is, then we don't need to wait for council meetings to address those issues. I'm sure a simple letter to Arriva or a public statement saying that you don't agree with the actions would be enough to make them come and resolve them issues. And I'm sure that the press idea, I'm sure, you know, I don't know what's libelous and what not. I think you've said enough there for Arriva to either refute that or to prove you correct. So that's their choice now, whether they respond to that in the way that they do. And I'm sure a press release or a letter would resolve that rather than waiting for another motion, which I think we've already really done we've already done that. It's already done. I think it's just your own motion. I can remember it. My memory goes back to that motion as well. In terms of, I think, Councillor Jeffries, and this does link, I mentioned Councillor Cummings, and I'm glad that she can congratulate her for something that she's doing in the council chamber. because for those reading the council report, I'm very surprised that it's still here. Because on that report, there was a clear dereliction of duty, and it said that you didn't know. It's like knowing what's not going on in your own house, and that's an embarrassment to even admit that. So I'm surprised that it's still here. I'm surprised that you haven't taken the plunge and removed the councillor. But I remember, and Westminster politicians are good at doing this, it's creating certain positions for ministers without portfolios. How about just removing every responsibility of the councillor and just let them sit there and take their allowance, which would be an easier option than splitting down certain sections and saying, we'll take this off you, we'll take that off you because you were rubbish at it or you're incompetent. So in a way, that is a leadership issue. It questions a leadership, puts a question mark on somebody's leadership. Now, I'm going to say there's a caveat there. If somebody makes a mistake,
can I interrupt you?
No, it links
yeah. Please, thank you, sit down.
Yeah.
I'll bring you back in if it's appropriate. Please take a item. Thank you. There is a separate item on the agenda, as you know, a motion to discuss that item. And the comments that you're making now, you may well be better off made there. So I would respectfully ask you to stop that line of comment at the moment. If you have any more comments regarding the leaders' report, please feel free to continue. Otherwise, can we move on?
I'm going to respect you on that one, and we can move on, but the manner that was asked was respectable, and I'll respond accordingly. I will say on SEN and Ofsted, I think we have to put a congratulations to whoever, whether it's officer or politician, was involved with that, because where we criticise in the council, we also should praise the officers in the council and the political people who were involved with that. So whoever it was, we have to congratulate them, because SEN groups are some of the highest underperforming groups at both SATs and GCSE, and that underperformance affects people's livelihoods, their health, and how long people are going to live. So that is a fantastic move in the council, and I hope that we see the benefits for people who have profound SEN needs, and we see the benefits for those people outside the community. My last point, obviously, Gaza and Palestine, is I think we see on TV things that I would thought I would never see in my lifetime, of hospitals being bombed, people being captured as prisoners and being held as prisoners on both sides that are embarrassing to the whole world, as an example. However, because that's a national issue, I think certain politicians should be shamed into taking action, and that's an international issue, and there has to be peace for both sides in order for... I just think it sends a wrong message to the entire world that we can kidnap people and keep them held, but also the method of war that's going on at the moment, I think, is unjustified, and I think there has to be some solution and there has to be peace there. Otherwise, that it's one of those things that we just keep talking about, so many civilian deaths, so many people captured. I think there's so much injustice going on, and I don't really I don't know what the solution is, because it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. But the impact for us as local councillors is that we're seeing a justification of anti-Muslim hatred or Islamophobia, and also anti-Semitism, which see both increases of both of them. And I think that is the worrying thing for us in here in this country, is that we've crossed a certain threshold where certain people, certain politicians, certain people, wherever they are, that is an issue for us. And I think as a council, that's the issue that we should be looking at, is that we don't justify people justifying this war to either use Muslim hatred or hatred against people, anti-Semitism or Jewish people. And that's the key thing, that it's not used to justify that level of hatred. I think it is being justified, and that's across every section of society, whether it be in the public sector, the private sector, or in politicians as well. I'm hearing things that I thought I'd never hear, and I think it's making people feel uneasy.
Thank you, Cameron. So, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I was trying to echo the report on the words said by the leader of the council and some of the colleagues in this chamber regarding any buses and the cancellations and lack of services. Myself and my colleagues, Council Boring, Queen and Council Secretary installed a member campaign for the last couple of months in our ward. We've written letters to David David, me personally, copied with colleagues in. We've got an article in the paper as well on Mike Cooper. transport, and especially buses, to get to work, to get to hospitals, to go see family, leisure, work, etc. What I'd like to suggest is that we all work together as a council, and as a council we should Arriva and keep the pressure up and keep campaigning for better services for the Wakefield district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Williamson.
Just to clarify, I think the last motion we brought on buses, which last November, which I moved, was supporting public franchising, but fighting for improvements in pay conditions for bus drivers in contracts with the franchising to tackle the issues Councillor Gate.
Can I just ask you please to comment on the leader's report, not what's been said by the council? That's fine, but can you please comment on the leader's report, not the council? Thank you.
I endorse everything Councillor Gate said, but goes a step further, and I think a lot of the stuff around Arriva is toxic management as well, and that comes in with pay and stuff, because we have tiered payment structures, which mean sort of bus companies, all bus companies as well, try and sort of discipline and get rid of staff before they get to the highest rate of pay. So there's a lot of issues to tackle, and it's something that they keep raising when we move on to sort of discussing the franchising rules. One particular area of concern with bus services is last buses. I use buses, and frequently last buses are getting cancelled, and this is, and I see a lot of younger women, people coming home from work, stranded at bus stops, stranded in bus stations, having to then walk out for taxis. And a lot of these people are paying for weekly and monthly tickets, which are then becoming redundant, so they're just trying to get on another way. And I think really, if anything, we really need to push and demand that last services run regardless, because we can't have any vulnerable people stranded late on the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've discussed buses in accordance with the leader's report, and I'd like to add to that, and in support, I'd like to say, we haven't mentioned the people who go to work on buses. Most of us in here have got cars or walk, but there are people who start at 5 o'clock and 5:30 in the morning. This morning I got a telephone call from a gentleman who walked his wife away from the bus station to catch a bus to take her to the police training centre at Bradford Road. It was cancelled. It cost us £7 in a taxi. It cost us £7 on the 2nd of October. Previous week to that, we had buses running to Kelthorpe School and Thomas Beckett School. They missed. So Arriva said, we'll send another bus. It wanted a double decker, not a single decker. Mr. Mayor, Arriva bus company isn't fit for purpose.
Any more comments on the leader's report? Councillor Hector, so press the turn on. There's no additional comments, and all those in favour of accepting the leader's report, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Item 6 is to consider cabinet member reports. Cabinet members have up to 5 minutes to present their reports, and then there will be 15 minutes allocated to enable each cabinet member to respond to any questions or brief comments on matters within their portfolio. The first report is from the portfolio holder for climate change and environment. Councillor Hemingway, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My report this month is mainly focused on volunteer work that's going on in our parks, but I also want to draw members' attention to the excellent news that our fleet transport services have once again earned recognition status by the DSA. We're only the 14th in the country that's held the status since 2017. It's a huge credit to the service, and it helps with recruitment retention and other issues that are affecting that area at the moment.
Jeff, the leader of the council in Spring Mill, with the two council at the time. We talked about how Spring Mill was going to progress, and we talked about, and then we met you, Jack, didn't we? And nothing else. We get no response from anybody. Nobody knows what's going on. I've had somebody like to put forward a tripwire. So I've told him I will bring it up in the council meeting. If people want to volunteer, do we have to wait so long for things to be done? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I have to say, my answers to this repeatedly. I was explained several times that the asset transfer that was requested by the various groups doesn't sit in my portfolio, but nonetheless I've answered your questions on that. I've asked specifically and repeatedly for elected members to be updated regularly on progress with Spring Mill. I know the recent request is coming regarding a potential bike ramp on the site, but we've got to be realistic about this. This is a council site with liability insurance. We can't have people going around and putting bike ramps in on different parks at potential risks to the public. So I'm happy to work with you and try to find a solution for the site, but as to the site's wider future, that is between sales team, communities and the community asset transfer process that sits outside my portfolio. So can I suggest perhaps we arrange a meeting with the right service area to have that discussion on behalf of your constituents.
Councillor Wood.
I just wanted to say that I also attended the free event on Monday morning, and it was absolutely fantastic to see so many voluntary groups and there was such a lot in our communities to maintain green areas. Obviously supported by council officers, but there's never going to be enough because there's so many green areas. It was just full of enthusiasm and people that devoted large parts of their week to just doing great work in our communities, and I think they have to be congratulated.
Yeah, thanks for your report, Mark. Is there any reason why the acquisition of renewing biodiesel isn't in this report? And how much is it going to cost us?
The report was published before the acquisition took place, which was late last week. I'm very happy to arrange more detailed briefing with members that didn't get in the email correspondence we had on the issue. It's a market acquisition, so it's a direct company market takeover of the other company, so it doesn't directly affect the contract at the moment, but we are working very closely with the further as to need to discuss any potential changes to the contract in the future. But we are very conscious of safeguarding the council's interest and concerns in that, but at the moment there is no effect or impact on the council's services through that change.
Any further questions to Councillor Hepburn? Thank you, Councillor Hepburn. The next portfolio holder is for adults and health. In fact, I'd ask Councillor Collins, please, would you introduce your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In moving my report, I will just touch briefly on Hazel Gap. I am conscious that we do have a debate later on in the meeting, so I'm happy to, put more of a contribution to be had there. We are progressing with the action plan that we brought, the draft action plan to Cabinet, the last Cabinet meeting we had this week, the previous one, and we have arranged meetings with families and key stakeholders to go over that draft action plan so that the police will contribute towards it and have oversight of it as well. As always, I will continue to bring reports on the progress of that plan forward so that we will have oversight of them in this paper as well. Just in terms of additions to my report, we are working being undertaken to get ready for the cold months. We are on sort of what we like to call the winter pressures. I would encourage everybody who is eligible for a vaccine to go and get one. We've had some council ones in today. I've been on my flu jab. So if you are eligible, please do. It's not just for yourself to be protected, but also stopping that spread and protecting other people. I'd like to offer congratulations to everyone involved in the Share Lives campaign, which has been shortlisted for a PRCA award. So PRCA is the largest PR company, professional body and campaign. It is up again. It's global companies such as Airbnb, so I think we wish them all luck in that award. Absolute accolade that we've managed to be shortlisted among some of the greats. The next stage of the Share Lives campaign is going to be a non-digital campaign, which is going to be sort of in community groups and local centres. So please, if you do want any information or anything on that, let me know. And finally, on with my report, I will just highlight that the campaign continues to promote the community champions we've got within our community settings who are trained to take people's blood pressure. We're also pushing it out, knowing about how to take blood pressure, where and how high blood pressure can be easily treated if it's detected early enough.
you write to them to ask them to take down and not to be able to give her?
Absolutely, I said to people in the room that already heard that, I will be passing on the message after we speak.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'm on the continuing role. I personally wish road success in delivering for the Wakefield district. I know in your report East October and also before October initiatives which are fantastic things and they deal with very serious issues that people are facing at the moment. With that in mind and media coverage coming through around vaping issues that are like unknown about that and indeed issues like at schools and so on that are coming through in terms of the media, what's been done from a district council perspective on that?
Thanks, Annie. We've got a number of initiatives in terms of getting people to stop smoking. I think the NHS, like the moment, is that what we currently know is that it is a safe alternative to try and get people from smoking to vaping. We are also now looking at how we can get people from vaping to stopping vaping, because we are sort of just replacing the long-term planning for healthier outcomes for everyone. We're doing lots of work across portfolios, so with children as well. So we've got next week, I think it is, children coming in from Carlton School. We've had a research project looking at vaping, so they're coming to feedback from the research that they've done and their inputs on that, and their own input on how we shape that. We know that legislation needs to be tougher on it. You can look at a lot of vapes these days and they are very much designed with children in mind. They're very shiny, they're pretty, they've got lights and they're all different flavours. So there is a really good take on that as well. As you say, long term, we don't actually know what it's not when the longer term impact of vaping and how that relates to smoking. So we just encourage everyone to do as much they can with it to keep that going in their lives.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to go into any great detail because we've got our motion. Just to mention, with Hazelgarth, everything isn't hunky dory. The residents and their families are not happy, and that is the reason behind us bringing our motion. Obviously, Councillor Speak has had a lot of contact with the families, and it is at their request that we brought our motion forward. So I'm thinking that you're doing a good job to sit down.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 18, Councillor Collins. Is Ghost over for October replacing dry January? Please tell me it's not.
I think it depends on the type of person you are, to be honest.
Yeah, what we don't need of them. So.
But there is a number of initiatives by lots of different charities that want to push the same sort of message. So stop in September. But yeah, I think you've got the point that Councillor Gurn made, I think. I think at no point have I sat here and said anything's hunky-dory. I think what I mean is very realistic on how we move forward. We have got an action plan. We did publish it. We have been completely transparent with the action plan, and we have arranged to have meetings with families so that they can very much be part of that action plan. So I don't want to give any impression that we're sat here saying, oh, everyone's happy and we're all singing and dancing. That's absolutely not the case, but we are committed on this side of the chamber to implementing all the changes from the report. We will talk about this later, but really starting to how do we move forward, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again. So please don't say that I'm sat here saying that everything is lovely. I am very much aware that there are still problems. People are still unhappy, but we are very much working with them to resolve that.
Are there any other comments or questions? Thank you, Councillor Collins. The next is for the portfolio hold for children and young people. Councillor Antrim, as Deputy Cabinet Member, could you please introduce your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two areas of the report that I would like to highlight, as the leader has already mentioned, the Ofsted and CQC inspection of our SEND services. Wakefield was awarded with the highest possible rating. Children and young people are at the centre of our services, and we are delivering effective and high-quality services and support. In particular, it's worth noting the strong partnership between health, education and social care, and how children, young people and families and the parents
judging by my caseload, I don't wonder why. Because I've got several send children on my caseload. When you will have a full year not being in education because the school couldn't meet its needs despite taking the money. A 4-year-old starting school whose parents have been told we must go into mainstream education even though the schools are saying we can't meet needs. So when I've got all these caseloads, and that's just a couple, I don't wonder how we managed to get a high rating. So clearly there's still a lot of work to be done, and I hope that work is going to be done. We should damage these kids are our future, and they deserve an education.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess we talked about our address, Councillor Isherwood, and my regrets go up to her with the tragedy of recent time, but I do thank Councillor Radcliffe for stepping in to fulfil that. I'd like to congratulate on so many events taking place in the report, such as the sick water avoid cost, care for us from the women in Wakefield breastfeeding clinics, the WF Connect program, the Imagination Library, and you've already mentioned that the Happy Healthy Holidays. I was lucky to attend one of those events. My question is around that, which during the visit, the question did rise about funding for 2025 and beyond. Would you, the whole Cabinet, or the League, write to the Department for Education to ensure future funding in the coming years? I ask this because the Buxton event hosted by West, which I do know that a picture of me and that huge group is in the report as well, was oversubscribed and having to turn people away, so it was really vital for people over the summer holidays. Certainly the one I represent, that sort of like continues. So yeah, my questions around that and secure future funding for it. Thank you.
Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Short and Councillor Anthony on setting up the breastfeeding room. Breastfeeding is an important part of motherhood, and being part of an employer that recognises that breastfeeding is important. I went to York while they were on a breastfeeding convention and everything else around it, and one of the things was that we couldn't get employers to recognise it. And it's fantastic that Wakefield Council have done that, and I just feel that there's a lot more to be done, but what has been done is great. Asking a breastfeeding mother to go and sit in the toilet to breastfeed her child when you're out eating is absolutely disgraceful. Asking a breastfeeding mother to cover up is disgraceful. If you don't like it, move on. So congratulations, Margaret and Ellen, on setting this up and the room for breastfeeding mums and council employment. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer my congratulations to Margaret as well, given she's not here with us, and also Vicky Schofield and all the officers that working for this wonderful result of the SANS inspection. And in particular, I'd like to mention my head teacher in Leroy School. I know that she has made some, Claire Kelly has made some massive contribution to this result as well. And we just got inspected and we got outstanding in the law.
Any further comments or questions on that topic? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. We shall now move on to portfolio communities and policy. Councillor Cummings, would you like to introduce your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things to mention. We are in Cape Ride Week, and we have a stall in the ridings on Friday. If anybody is in the ridings on Friday, you can just pop along and say hello to the team. We're also rapidly approaching the domestic abuse 16 days of action. There are lots of online seminars around domestic abuse, and people can find out how we are helping people and victims, particularly across
6 events up to now, with a further 7 planned. We've seen over 80 people. We helped one chap in East Moor who was on basic pension, state pension. We managed to get him onto a pension credit, which would mean a further £99.23 a week. We also helped a lady in Featherstone, the deputy mayor of Southern in Featherstone, and we helped a lady there with some white goods and some energy vouchers. And our welfare team are doing a marvellous job of identifying 188 pensioners who are on council tax credit, and we're ringing them to see if we can help them sign up for some pension credit. So anybody who hasn't got a pension credit day organised, then please get in touch and we can organise something. With that, I will my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in relation to the report? Councillor Sharp.
I know we're going to get onto it with a motion later on, but is there any reason why there's nothing put in the report around the winter fuel allowance and what we're going to do in terms of the district for that? Thank you.
With respect, I thought we would just discuss that in relation to the events that are being set up across the district for pension credits. Well, if she just mentioned it now. She just mentioned it. I'm sorry, but she just mentioned it. Okay. Any further comments in relation to the report? Councillor Roberts.
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm quite happy to comment on this portfolio, the things that are in the report. Where to begin on so many things? Citizens' advice, citizens' point, safe zones, grants, domestic abuse, LGBT plus pride, refugees, warm spaces, poverty, all work causes, amazing work being done, especially anything to alleviate poverty and support those going through some toughest times. You know, I think all we should do, and I just commend you on doing that. I also know the work being done to help senior citizens around the district regarding the fuel allowance and the events taking place, and I'll take up that from my work. Perhaps to be expected, now proud and engaged district councillor, my time in that regard. I would like to ask about issues related to pride. I'll emphasise homophobia and transphobia are still in our sights, just like racism and sexism and many other forms of prejudice which need to be tackled. The Wakefield Pride event was superb. I know I had a fantastic day, but what is being done year-round in the district to support things that affect this minority, and who is the council working with on such issues? And just to emphasise the point there, things such as sofa surfing, because a number of young people from that are still being kicked out of their homes, abuse being faced by trans people, which is also prominent in the media, but of course domestic abuse, which is actually on the rise amongst LGBT plus people, come to all that.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Council Williams for the work that she's doing on domestic abuse. I see that the signs have been on the wagons again, which is absolutely amazing. Just go all around the district and people can see them. As a domestic abuse survivor, I do wish that one more could be done. And I know in the past as well, coffee mornings, events to try and help people come open and speak out things. I know that we have sweets and things like that are just sweet that you can give to people with phones on and offers of help. Again, I just want to thank you for putting this out there, but I do wish that one more we could do to enable people to be able to be strong enough to come forward.
Yeah, thanks for that, Josie. We've talked long and hard about domestic abuse and how rife it is. 53% of crime across this district is domestic abuse. I know yourself and myself are both survivors of domestic abuse, and we did, when we worked together, trying to get out as much as we could. It's never going to be enough, but we will continue to get those messages out. I think Councillor Masterman did an event down in Stanley a couple of years ago with one of the women's groups down there, and we managed to get along down there and discuss the topic, because 1 in 4 women are victims of domestic abuse, sadly.
Councillor Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one welcome space. I know you came down to us on Monday, and I did say I was going to come, so apologies for not getting there. Family issue. So, can you just give me an update on what happened on Monday, please? Thank you.
Yeah, it's quite good actually. 3 people came while we were there. One gentleman came to finish his jigsaw and have a cup of tea, which was absolutely lovely. And then 2 ladies were just sat chatting, reading the books and so on and so forth. I think we stayed for about half an hour and we chatted to those people, and it seemed to be well received. So, yeah, and it's a lovely facility, is that library.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Andrews, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Appleyard for coming to Fitzwilliam yesterday to see the wonderful artwork set up by Friends of Fitzwilliam Station. For those who don't know, Friends of Fitzwilliam Station for several years now have worked with Edgware Arts to provide murals on the station and on the station bridge. And the old ones, Fitzwilliam Terrace, Railway Terrace of Fitzwilliam, the new one is looking at all the culture of Fitzwilliam, and I'm sure Councillor Appleyard will agree it was amazing. I'd just like to encourage people to have a look if you ever get off of Fitzwilliam. And I'd like to thank Morris from Friends of Fitzwilliam Station, who works tirelessly to achieve this year in, year out. And also, I'm excited about the mural coming to Homes Library, so we're becoming a centre of art as well. Thank you.
Councillor Fallon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Obviously, I have been going on for the last 6 years, so finally it's fantastic the library has been finished. 6 years is a long time, so hopefully, unless we get to stage 2, which we have to start very shortly, thank you for the work you've done.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to say thanks to Helen for the report, and especially for the play pause and remember opening that we had at Airedale Library in memory. We've got a wonderful garden there now. The whole community of it, the whole point of it was in memory of Yvonne Crowe, who was a wonderful councillor at Airedale. And we had a fabulous opening ceremony. It was absolutely great. And it's a wonderful facility for the ward. And I'd like to say, thank you for that. That's brilliant.
Councillor Hampton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand that one of you mentioned about this hashtag, this dragon again. I'm not sure whether it's a Welsh dragon or Chinese dragon, but it seems to cost the council about £500,000. And this money, could you please justify that? Given we have £88 million of budget hole, is it really justifiable? Should we really spend this money to foster the local community, art groups or community group or creativity instead of splash off on this one-day dragon event? Thank you.
All the events that we put on as part of our year hasn't cost us any extra money whatsoever in terms of what we've done in comparison to previous years. We received funding from Arts Council England, from Wakefield, so this is not costing us any
Myself and Councillor Medford went down to see Harry Lawson, who's our artist, for the mural in London, and we went down after one of her consultation events. She had over 30 kids out, drawing across the floor of where the old market used to be. It was just fantastic to see so many people wanting to get involved and give their ideas, so we're really excited to see what it turns out to be next week.
Councillor Sharp.
Welcome to your role. I just wanted to reiterate that we've lost the city's culture quite a few times, lost out on it. So I was just wondering what you were going to bring in terms of reinvigoration or ideas so that we could hopefully win in the future.
I think our year is the answer to that question. I think in terms of us as an association, the community groups that we've got involved, we might not have got castle culture this year. I think everything this year shown to the world, and I must say that the events, we're impressing people outside of this district. There's people that were at events saying, I wish I was in Wales for that, and I could put on cultural events and heritage events in Wakefield. So we might not have that badge, but for you, we've got plenty of culture and plenty to be proud of.
Councillor Hamid.
My question relates to what Councillor Harvey raised as well is it's only confirmation that the actual costing of the event was not met by the council. The rest of the remainder of it, because I've got information that says that otherwise the actual council met a considerable amount of the cost after the funding was done. There was no refunds as well. There was no cancellation policy in place. So I just need a confirmation that it didn't cost the council any money. If it didn't, then there's something wrong with your freedom of information request.
I was just coming that day before I answer that question.
What was the answer? Sorry, quite a while. What was the answer? Because I didn't hear that answer.
Would you like to repeat your original answer, please?
As I said, we received funds from Arts Council England and Wakefield. I can get you the details on that if you want outside of this meeting. But we've not spent any more money as a council with all the events that we've put on 366 days of this year in comparison to the previous years.
Councillor States.
Point of person, if there's an order or clarification, one of these.
Go.
Right, so the freedom of information request that was given to the council by a member of the public is, and it meets the criteria. The person asked the question, could you please inform me the amount of money Wakefield Council spent on the event of the Hatchery during 2024? We are unable to provide a cost currently as all the invoices are yet to be received and we could not give a true cost. The Hatchery had a budget of 787,707 with 460,894 being externally funded from West Yorkshire Joint Authority, Arts Council England and National Lottery Heritage Fund, leaving a balance, which I don't need to do the maths here, is 326,812, which was funded by Wakefield Council from existing budgets within the service. I'm going to get someone to replay that back and see what we said earlier on. So the figure provided is correct at the time of writing. I wasn't going to raise this, but I just thought I'd do it. Some of the costs included our estimates and where final invoices. Could you break down the cost? It breaks down the cost of how much we paid where. And the person asked, as part of the event was cancelled, did Wakefield Council recoup any of the money through the insurance and cancellation policies like contract-wise? No cancellation cover was not arranged by the insurance section, etc. And now I'm not disputing how great the event was or anything like that. I'm reading out a freedom of information request that was sent to Wakefield Council. I can get the dates and information on it, September 17, 2024, 12:40. Somebody was working late that day. So you know, basically that's when it was sent. That's and it's copied verbatim. So we either got our maths wrong. So probably the reason why we got an 88 million pound off for our money.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I was disputing how great the event was, how fortunate to be able to attend on Saturday when it came into Wakefield. It was absolutely fantastic. But to see the footfall that it attracted to Wakefield was absolutely amazing. There weren't any that were waiting, you had to wait to get in. None of them were empty. The shops on Trinity Walk
territory.
also bring people into our town and city centres and to come together, as this event did. And I see it in Ossett, for example. We organise lots of events, often by the community groups in the area, and the shop owners really appreciate it because it brings so much more custom and allows them to survive and be sustained. So I think it's really important that we continue, even though our budgets are so tight, trying to have events. And this particular event was absolutely fantastic. And, you know, we talk about Bradford City of Culture, but I think we've had a fantastic year of culture. It's been really uplifting, and it's a shame that it can't continue. But it's been great, and I congratulate everybody that's been involved.
Labour of culture.
Do you have something to say, Councillor?
Sorry?
Do you have something to say? You've been heckling for the last few months.
Yeah, so if you want me to say something,
no,
we're not going to be sarcastic about it. You know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from the comments in the leaders report, buses, where are they? Just from the comments that the bus bill that is going from Parliament wouldn't really have much effect on the West Church Combined Authority, as I believe, as we are a mayoral authority already, and the mayor has made the decision to fetch buses back under public control. There's a process there. Obviously, it's not a very quick and easy thing, but that will be a process that goes through the next few years. But whether we, in the meantime, that's why we are a weekly meeting with the Combined Authority. Myself and the leader will meet the mayor of West Yorkshire next week, and also we met Maria saying they've not got enough drivers, like 200 new applications, but many people going out the other side. Obviously, there's a major issue with paying conditions for the drivers. There's people here to speak more about on that than what I can. But it is something that we desperately need to get hold of. The Combat Authority who are responsible to work with us. We are saying that we need to be some sort of maybe another operator to work our way into the Wakefield district. Also, we desperately need a depot. We've got a really, rapid get miles from other depots. We desperately need one within West Yorkshire. But what we're seeing here is the combination of 38 years of deregulation of bus services. When it was happening in 1986, I think I was 7 at the time, when it happened, it was meant to be a breath of freedom for the consumer in Wakefield and throughout the country. What we've ended up with is a cartel of a few bus companies basically saying what we will and what we won't do. So it's not good enough. We need to be working with, and we are working with the mayor and the Combined Authority, and we need to start filling these gaps very, very soon. We got some announcements this year. I met Marie and said, well, we've committed to too much. We've helped out with these announcements, which we made all the able to commit to them. I said, there wasn't even announcements. It was putting back what was taken out in the first place. So it is something that is very high on our agenda as a council, as a controlling group, and we'll be noticing regular updates as well as receive them. With that, I move my report and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions or any comments, please? Councillor Girls.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm going to bring this up at 16 in your report, the A162 slip road at Ferrybridge. The research is fantastic, by the way. The reason I'm raising this is because I've been working with this for just over a year after I was contacted by a constituent who placed a tyre on the potholes there, and then the repairs that were done were absolutely appalling. Just shut the thing down and whacked it in the back of a shovel. Again, to my point, I advised him how to go about getting recompense for his tyre, and the insurance company, our insurance company, said it's not our land.
Park as a good example of this, because that did make it better, so that people commuting through the M2 and M1 and so on from across the district. I'm also pleased to see announced the new active travel route that gives access from Airport to Wakefield station, which gives greater access to public transport for people. People were using that route, and the current route, definitely needs work in terms of lighting it and upgrading that. And I attended a site visit with Council on that, and the extra thing that will be done is additional lighting, which I know as Parish Council for Airport, there's definitely been a lot of requests for lighting along that roadway, so it benefits that as well. What I would like to ask is, what I think it's important to know, like, because the other department's probably working on lots of things, so what else has been done to improve access to public transport in our district and put forward the argument that public transport, specifically buses, is disastrously terrible in our district in comparison with other districts in West Yorkshire, I would say, by me. Could Cabinet write to the West Yorkshire Mayor that we actually have a crisis now in comparison to other districts in West Yorkshire? So, thank you.
I think my previous comments were all the same there, Councillor Roberts. We are meeting with the West Yorkshire Mayor. I think what we find, especially when we meet in Bradford, and we do talk to the Transport Committee, will complain because we used to have a 10-minute service now, half-hour service. We kill for that. We kill for half-hour service. The problem we've got with the Wakefield district, we have very, very few high-frequency services. The 110s one there. The majority of our services are only half-hour, hourly, and once we start to look there, it's a massive impact that. Especially obviously the areas you would say, but main rural areas, you can see massive reductions there, so that's the reason why we have an impact on, compared to Leeds and Bradford, but the areas are there.
Councillor Pickersey.
Thank you. Can I just commend Matthew the work that's being done around counting rough occupation and trying to get some sort of control on what happens to sort of medium-sized houses and then being converted to HMOs. For those who have in respect to large ones, there aren't houses in respect to medium-sized ones. Although we all recognise that HMOs are sort of part of the housing stock, we've got a lot of areas, so I want to go through with people where there's a concentration of that sort of housing built up. And it has a really big impact on the other people in the area, sometimes the people with transient population and sort of the commitment to the area. And then people also raise sometimes because it's financially beneficial for landlords. We're actually seeing people being evicted from sort of family homes in order to convert them to HMOs. So I commend the work that's taking place in this to try and get some control over it. So I think it's an issue that causes problems in quite a lot of urban wards.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Also lots of consultation on this. Household occupation, especially starting quite a number of them. I was thinking some of the household, obviously you mentioned there, you represent quite a number of them in the Leaders Ward and various other areas, terrace housing, where there's sometimes just options to go, the additional amount of people coming to live there, parking, revenue collection, what they like. It is part of the housing solution when you put them. The other thing that I'm really concerned about, we're seeing a lot of the terrace housing is district estates homes and family homes, and these are taken out of the market. And I think that's spread out to the housing crisis that we already have. So, we started consultation. Please feel free to take people into that and over the rules that these zones will start to know next year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two brief comments from myself, just to echo Councillor Pickersgill's comments to Councillor Molly. I think it's a real step forward on the HMOs introducing these Article 4 directions. Very much hope that the success and reduce the proliferation of these HMOs that we're having on our community. But I also particularly want to welcome the introduction of biodiversity net again. I know a tremendous amount of work has gone into that behind the scenes from council officers. We hope that we'll see subsequent improvements in the local environment when people bring forward these large plan applications. Sort of avoid the route of having to try and keep biodiversity locally, if not on the improvements will definitely benefit the local environment. So thank you.
Councillor Scott.
It's okay.
the SPF fund, and we were able to put on just a bumper package. I think the main bulk of them were focused on Castleford, so I think around 20 events were held there, just absolutely all sorts of. I remember advertising this in this room maybe a few months ago, but we are looking to continue to secure this money and to roll it out to the other markets in the district. We've already been doing that in terms of the golf in Ossett and events in Wakefield City Centre as well. But I just think we need to see absolutely more of this. But just to thank those staff that are putting this on, because it's all extra to what they do day to day, keeping the market going. With that, Mayor, I move the report. Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions or comments, please? Councillor
During page 42 of Talia, I just been sent this information during the council meeting, and I've read it up. It's not, I have to be careful or read out here now. So, Talia, as on Company House, their accounts are overdue, and there's 2 charges that relate to that, registered charges. That's got 2 outstanding, and on Company House. I'm just wondering if the if you were aware of that, and does it impact on the council's or public's investments in Talia and Wakefield? Because I understand that one of the restaurants that was one of the flagships is also withdrawn or folded or something like that. So I'm not sure about the secondary part, but they're from Company House and it's live information as it stands today. So obviously I think it's an excellent project, what's gone there, brought back renewal. It's brilliant to drive past it. I'm genuinely just come through to me now, otherwise I would have emailed it to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for your question. I'm very sort of wary about commenting on another company and their financial situation or their preparation, so I won't comment on that here, but just to say things, the relationship between the council and that company is going fine. The project that we've got with them in terms of our reviews is progressing, nothing is being affected from what we're doing with that company. So
certainly within the council. And congratulations to the class of 2024 who finished their 2-year programme in early October. And I'm pleased to say that 2 will stay with the council after successfully gaining employment here, and 2 others are moving into other public sector organisations. This is important because, as we know, lots of organisations, including the public sector, have been finding it difficult to fill gaps in their organisation. So we're looking to do more and more of this sort of thing right across the council. I'd like to thank officers on this next one. I think it's an excellent scheme. The digital device gifting scheme, where we've launched a pilot scheme to make sure as many residents as possible can get a device. And I'd certainly like to thank the Good Things Foundation for providing 40 GB of data and unlimited calls and texts each month. This is important that we get things out across the district. Certainly when we finish with them, some of them are still very usable, and to give them to organisations and individuals is important. With that, I'll answer any questions on my report. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Any comments or questions? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. It's under the property portfolio, and obviously we're ripping up the Old Oxford Library again. I got an email last week or something that the old library being sold. I had no input, I had no information about it. I'd heard that there was over 20 people interested in it. Just a little bit alarmed because Councillor Jay brought this up in the Wakefield Express. I remember being told by senior council officers soon after I was elected, don't think any of you are going to make a difference. I don't have to listen to anything you say because none of you are in the cabinet. Is it people only in the cabinet that get to know what's happening in their area? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The answer to that is no, because I can give a number of examples, and I'm sure colleagues can give a number of examples of talking not only to people in certain laws, but right across the political spectrum. There's been a number of conversations over things that are happening in Nottingham, and I know that people in Nottingham, or certainly now and again, they'll feel that they've been left out on some of the things. That's just the way. I don't know. But the answer to your question is no. We do talk to certainly local councillors, and when it's necessary, we talk to them, we keep them informed. But so in answer to your question is no, I don't accept it. Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask Councillor Shaw, at the bottom of your report, it says, get online with 14th of October to 20th, and there's several events happening in line with this for residents to get involved. That it says menopause awareness. Is that happening 14th to the 20th, or is there a date for that? Is that coming up after the week 14th to 20th? Because I've not heard anything about that, and that's something that certain residents now will be really interested in. Still be involved.
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Farmer's point, that's just what you just said there isn't true. I raised something of great importance about the pavilion in Renthorpe, and I haven't heard a single thing from you. You are part of the cabinet. I haven't had an email, I've had no correspondence, you've not invited me to a meeting, you've not, I don't have anything to go by any correspondence for what you've done in the urgent matter that I raised in the last council meeting. So to Councillor Farmer's point, with you saying, oh, it's not true, if you're in the cabinet, you can't, well, we don't even hear anything from the cabinet members, so I would just like that rectified because we're looking forward and we're in July and I raised it.
My information that all the questions that have been asked have been passed on to a law colleague. I'll double check that. I will say that's my information. I will check it and we will get back to you on what's been passed on to your law colleague. Councillor Shaw, let him answer the question. You can always come back afterwards. Let him answer the question because if anybody was to talk talk over you, you would raise that as an issue. So fair's fair. Any further? Okay.
Okay, more than one ward member that represents Ward 21, so if they give the information to one ward colleague, are all three not the same, and should all three not get the same information? Does one ward councillor matter more than another?
The answer is no, you're all equal, and I'll make sure you get the information. Councillor Manager.
Thank you. Just coming on from Councillor Pritchard's point on menopause awareness, it says our HR team providing training which focuses on what menopause is and ways to manage it. It's very difficult to know what menopause is unless you've been through it. And I might not be able to answer this now, Councillor Shaw, but would you be able to provide us with who is providing the training to be able to train? Thank you.
Yes, I will. I'll make sure you get it. Councillor Sullivan.
I just want to comment on the household support fund. I've had a lot of local residents contact me who've actually been victims of abuse, and I've actually found the household support fund useful. So I just want to say thank you on that. It's a pleasure to actually see that how the teams put their efforts in and how it's making a difference across our district. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it is making a difference, and I think the way that we're distributing it come out of this document, my information is other councils looking at similar sort. Any further questions or comments? Thank you very much indeed. Before we move on to item 7, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll restart.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, please be standing whilst the mayoral party leave the council chamber.
Please be seated. Before we go on to item 7, I inform you that I have an event to attend this evening, and I will be leaving the council chamber at 5:30. If the council business is not completed, the deputy will have a pause, so I will leave, and the deputy mayor will continue to read the president. Agenda item 7 is a report from the leader which sets out changes to the cabinet, members' portfolios, and council notes. Is the report moved?
Move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to the report? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased that at last we now have a portfolio holder for health, and health. But I have passed my request in this council chamber multiple times. But I recall that when we joined the council in 2018, we did have a health, social care and health portfolio holder. But the current leader of the council took over and scrapped that role completely. So, given the issue we're dealing with today, such as I with that, I just wonder whether the removal of that cabinet portfolio holder is the right decision and what impact it has on the social care itself in the district. Thank you.
It is the right decision. I've made the decision. It's in my remit to do it, and that's the end of it.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, as regards that, I've read obviously the Hazel Yard report from back to front to back. It doesn't matter whether or not you make another cabinet member. The simple fact is they would have been told anyway from what that report says. So, as far as I'm aware, somebody's benefiting from something that's gone catastrophically wrong. And I disagree with that actually. I know you've made a decision, I accept the decision, but I'd like to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried, thank you. Agenda item 8 is a report to seek approval for the amendments to the Authority's Constitution related to the Code applying to planning decision making. Is this report moved?
Move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Is this report seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Planning is a quasi-judiciary decision made by planning committee members on behalf of our residents in the district. The council says it will improve training to committee members to ensure that they have the knowledge and skills to make a fully informed decision. I joined the committee since 2018 for about 5 years, and I really don't think that this council has invested enough on the members in terms of their knowledge and all the training that we have. And I myself have to pay a subscription fee for planning resources itself to make sure that I understand how to start with discussing. So additionally, I strongly feel that committee members and the board council should not be punished, doesn't matter where you're coming from, any political spectrum, because you voted against a planning decision, you voted against a local plan, you should not be suspended, you should not be waived. So I think this should be
approval to adopt a scheme to facilitate such appointments. Is the report moved?
Mr. Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Hathaway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have to say, I feel that this proposal adding honorary title to X number of councils has come at a very bad time. If I'm honest, this is a mockery of people of Wakefield. Given that the current leadership of the council has allowed our district to climb up the lead of the multi-deprivation index, that 9 criminal ill residents were displaced, kicked out from care homes with 24 hours notice. And we have just only recovered £88 million of budget shortfall. If you truly believe that this is probably time to implement honorary title for ex-council members, then I suggest we should run a recorded vote, because this is the last thing we need to discuss at this moment in time. As far as the people of Wakefield are concerned, this council has failed them, raising council tax year by year, maximum out every year, reducing public services, and also turning our town to ruin. I'm sure that Councillor Jeffrey himself has no intention to retire or resign. Then the previous council leader, as the criteria shows, was the council leader, sort of ousted by the coup led by Councillor Hemingway. So, well,
you can always do this for a come back. Just a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, microphone, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was understanding this item was for questions or brief comments on the report, not this rather long contribution that's straight into various different areas that have no relevance to the report on the agenda.
Thank you. Do you have a question that you wish to ask?
Yes, I do. I feel like this is not the time to create your own council law in this council chamber. And where road is burning, don't feel. You have more time to concentrate on your housing grant, and the time you did not even dedicate anything. So let's talk about the next one. But it is not the time to actually honor all so-called ambulance services. Where we are now is...
Thank you for making your comments and asking the question. You have strayed slightly. Are there any additional comments? Councillor Hathaway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is well overdue. We've just spoken today about one of our great colleagues, Graham Fisherwood, and how the tremendous amount of work he's done. There's other great people in the service chamber for many, many, many years. I can think of dozens of them that are hiring talent for this. It's not an House of Lords. They don't have the same council procedure or council debates. All this is about is giving a title and appreciation of what we as a council and the citizens of Wakefield show to these individuals. So it's nothing like an House of Lords. There's no cost involved. I think it's absolutely ridiculous what the council has just managed as per usual. So with that, Mr. Moore, I do support this.
Any additional questions in relation to the report? Okay, all those in favour, please show.
Sorry, I request a recorded vote, please.
Nobody else did, you need 5 people. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Agenda item 10 is to seek approval of the council tax support scheme for 2024-2025. Is the report moved?
Mr. Mayor.
Is the report seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions in relation to this report? Councillor Hathaway.
Thank you, Chair. So let's look at agenda page 90. The reason why we are actually making no change to this long-term tax support scheme for 2025-2026, because number one, we run out of time. We did not have time to look at it. But although we do know the caseload for working age has gone up in this district compared to other council authorities. So why don't we have the time to look at it properly? Because the current scheme itself is based on the principle agreed by council in 2012. So for 12 years, you've done nothing to look at what we need to do, what principle need to change, and also why 0.7% of working age increase. There are so many people probably need the support, need our help. The increase is something that we have not reached the most needed people. So you are not working on anything of such. So important to the district. You say, let's do it in another year. That's not what we want. Thank you.
still have to look at a number of different areas, as we've just been talking about now. We've seen this year, and I maintain this year, as being vital. Vital stands still where other areas are having to cut on these sort of things. I would say that represents a plus for our residents that we're willing to actually fund this for another year. And I think that's important. And I can't understand why you don't want that. What you're trying to do now is turn around and say, oh, we should look and actually put some more money into the system. Well, that means taking money out of some other system. So what we've done is we've said, look, we're on a standstill and we will continue to support people and residents with this council tax relief fund. Any additional questions? Councillor Allen? No, sorry, okay. All in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Agenda item 11 is a question on notice, details of which are set out in the council agenda. There is one question before council today received from Councillor Hartley. Councillor Shaw, would you please reply to the question? Interesting on some of the comments that we've been having about information. There's been at least 4 or 5 questions, quite common questions and quite good questions from you on this subject that have all been answered in detail to yourself. And that's why I don't find it a little bit surprising and puzzling when you've got all the information, but you still deem that you wanted to put a question in on the information that you've already received, which is a bit funny. And I just wonder whether we're playing politics in it or whether we really care about what we're looking at. But anyway, I will give you the answer to the question that you raised. This project was originally priced with the expectation of full access during school holiday period. However, this would have attracted a more challenging programme and would have left the school with inadequate eating provision throughout the winter months. On this basis, it was agreed that out-of-hours working would need to be factored into the cost project. The works are progressing well on site, and at present we anticipate the project to be fully completed by 3rd of December. One supplementary question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Shaw, you're saying that the people of Wakefield, taxpayer, do not have the right to know how you spend your money. So I have an answer, and I have got, actually, the answer I got has a admission of the wrong, or this, in this case, the council has failed. So you tell anybody to repair a boiler costs £1.2 million. That is what has happened. Still, it's not going to be there until December. So my follow-up question is, if you don't accept this mismanagement of taxpayer money, how can you tell us that your portfolio has 900% of increase of the budget we have budgeted for? So the mismanagement in your department, you look at it, is going to cause us more grief than ever if you don't learn the lesson. If you think that people here in this council do not know about it, okay, I know about it, yes, but it needs to be aired out so everyone knows about it, how management woeful this council is. And then coming back to my follow-up question, I need to know, before the boiler system will be completed, how can children and the staff, will they be definitely warming up this winter to study and to teach in the school? That's what I think is most
Yeah, seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Do you wish to formally speak now, or reserve your right to speak later in the debate?
I'm happy to speak now.
Okay.
Yeah. So, on Friday the 24th of May, it will be forever engraved into my memory, the memory of the staff of Hazel Garth. As well as the families, it made me feel ashamed to be part of Wakefield Council. While the independent report is very damning of Wakefield Council, it raises many questions as it has answers. The people of Wakefield deserve to hear the questions and the answers in public, not behind closed doors, as the Labour administration want. It's clear from the report that Councillor Cummins did have prior knowledge of the closure, despite her protestations that she didn't. There is also no excuse for her not phoning Council Speak on that day. It takes seconds to find a member's phone number on inside. Either way, she was a portfolio holder, so if she didn't know then, she should have known, and she should resign. If she did know, then she should have stopped it from happening. Therefore, she should also resign. Not only does somebody need to be held accountable, they need to be seen as being held accountable. The fact that Councillor Cummins still holds a cabinet post shows lack of leadership, and therefore Councillor Jeffries should also resign. I urge all members to support this motion, regardless of their party. And if Councillor Cummins had any honour, she would have already resigned prior to this motion, and it wouldn't be necessary.
Does any member wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Cummins. May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question. May I remind members that speeches must be directed to the question under discussion or a personal explanation. Colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think if we just look at some of the points in the report, we can all stand here and agree that care workers are the backbone of adult services, providing dignity and respect to our residents. Their dedication and compassion is simply irreplaceable, and there has never ever been any doubt that the care afforded at Hazel Garth was not exemplar from those care workers, and I would like to put that on record once again. I think while we discuss the report, I take a moment to acknowledge the independent report conducted by Jim Wagger, which Cabinet has fully accepted. You were there at the Cabinet meeting, a very meeting in public in which we weren't hiding anything, where we said we would fully accept the recommendations that the report affects the action plan forward. And I think we should just afford Jane thanks for the work that she's done, because she has helped highlight key areas in where that improvement is needed. The report will be scrutinised, in fact it is at scrutiny I think tomorrow, and that is exactly how it should be in Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee, where all political parties are represented. I think Councillor Gertie will be on there tomorrow. This is the forum in which we can engage in that constructive dialogue on what has happened when Hazel Garth. It is not behind closed doors. Again, another meeting in public. We have been transparent in every part of this process from the very beginning. What's and all behind nothing. So I think to suggest that we try to do things behind closed doors is a little bit disingenuous. Today's council report, we actually linked the report in there. This is how much we are not finding things. But we're not just acknowledging the findings of the report, we are actively working on that comprehensive action plan to address all of the issues that were raised, working alongside the families and key stakeholders, because it's about more than just responding to what's happened. It is about progress, and it is about accountability, and it's also about a commitment to ensure that the highest standards of care are offered to every single person in our district. And while I understand some of the points that I raised in the motion, and I agree with them, I cannot support them, and to amend the motion to remove them would take away from the essence of what you put forward. So, to be clear, that our commitment is clear. We will implement the report's recommendations fully and transparently, including the issue of compensation to the families affected, as highlighted by Jane. Now is not the time to be calling for unfounded resignations. You will have read the report, you know exactly what information is in there. What we need to be doing now is to focus. We need to be focusing on implementing those changes and making sure that it leads to meaningful, lasting improvements. The service, within the service, forever, so that nothing like this can ever happen again. Thank you.
Councillor Gertz. Councillor Gertz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be honest, it doesn't matter what our opinions is in this chamber, it doesn't matter what anybody in here thinks, what the residents and what families think. And they want to see somebody held accountable. That's what they're coming to Rachel all the time, saying, when is somebody going to be held accountable for this? and nobody so far has been held accountable. Now you want us to believe that one person made this decision, one person who had only been in post since January, didn't even work for Wakefield Council and only put 1.5 days work per week in at the job. One person. I don't believe that, and the families don't believe that. So somebody needs to be held accountable, and they need to receive to be held accountable. And the families deserve that. They're calling for it. They deserve to have that. And the other thing is, we're told that this could have been avoided. It could have been avoided. And I didn't pick up on it at the time, but this was brought up in this chamber when, what we call Jo Webster, is it? Yeah, Jo Webster, when she was appointed, it was brought up in this chamber and said this would be a conflict of interest. And that she would not put the people of Wakefield and residents of Wakefield first, and Wakefield Council first. And that was brought up by Councillor Sharp. So it could have been avoided. And the person responsible, as I understand it, for appointing it is Councillor Cummins. So I have to wonder, I said, if it was in Stanley and Outwood, Jack, Matthew, would this have been allowed to happen? Or in your ward, Denise, would this have been allowed to happen? But because it's forgottenly, it doesn't matter, does it? You know, and that is how people are feeling. And you need to acknowledge that. Somebody needs to be held accountable. And I've said it before, I've said it in this chamber before, we learn from what we get wrong, we don't learn from what we get right. And I do believe that sometimes the mistake is so huge that somebody has to be held accountable. And this is one of those times. Now, Jo Webster doesn't work for Wakefield, so can't hold her accountable. And I've emailed their boss and was basically told to go away and mind my own business. And we're told that no Wakefield Council employees were involved in the decision. I don't believe that for 1 second. Can't hold them accountable. So the only person we can hold accountable is Maureen Cummins. And I don't want anybody thinking this is personal, because it's not. I've actually got quite a bit of respect for Maureen and for Denise. But like I say, there's times when somebody has to be accountable, and this is one of those. And let's be honest about it. All of you on that side. So I know this motion is going to be voted down, because you're told how to vote. You can't vote yourselves. But if roles were reversed, and you were sat over this side, you'd be calling for somebody's head. So why should it be any different? You should do the right thing. And I'm sorry, Denise, if I was in your shoes, if Maureen hadn't resigned, I'd have sacked her. Within minutes, she'd have been sacked. And the fact that you haven't done that does show a lack of leadership. So, I hope that some of you, at least some of you, have the guts to stand up and do what is right and support the families. And Mr Mayor, I'd like to call for a recorded vote on this motion, and I do believe we've got people to support that. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First, some things sincere thoughts in regards to all affected by the statute against especially residents and families. I want to emphasise that my understanding of the current decisions on social care have on individuals and their families. I completely understand the need to hold someone or a number of people accountable for their actions. However, I firmly believe people should be held accountable for the decisions they make, but I am not in favour of holding anyone accountable just for the sake of it. I believe, justice should be done, but justice should be done properly. I believe in holding the right people accountable, and based on what I've read in the report, I do not agree that this is the portfolio to hold a leader or indeed the cabinet that are accountable in this instance. I do, however, think that the report raises serious questions on how accountable the service officers and directors should be and how much power they. I would urge the cabinet and leadership to at least look into this following what has happened. I'm sure this is likely already been looked into and being done. I would add, having worked in the care sector, I've seen issues in social care like this before. I've attended calls myself where I've had to attend a 15-minute morning call where you have to get someone else and ready, and you've got 15 minutes. Well then, certainly at the time, I was then working for free to make sure they got the dignity of care. So it's quite a personal thing on social care team. Until social care is held, and I do think that there's behaviour from being the top of government. Until social care is held on the same pedestal as the NHS, which is a poor relation at the moment in regards to the NHS in my view, and receive the same resources, funding and duty, instances like this will happen again, perhaps not in our district, but somewhere in the UK. In addressing this motion, I come from a place of my own personal experience, from working in the sector, and indeed seeking that with my own hand. Issues in social care are very personal assessments, and I cannot be on any exclusive committee around this subject like this. I hope this at least explains my personal opinion and the view I will support the motion today. So, thank you.
Councillor Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like probably everybody else, I've read it from back to front, front to back. Obviously, it's damning on what's been brought out. I fully sympathise with the three councillors from Nottingham. I really, really do. Because if it was in my role, I'd be absolutely good as well. But I'm going to abstain from this vote, and I'll tell you why. Number 7, and I have read it properly. Number 7, Councillor Cummins, it states, has been misinformed. Page 4, the corporate director, we decided it was in the best interest of the residents to move as she could no longer carry the risk of the creation of a fire. So basically what you're saying is there's a risk of a fire. So when there's a risk of a fire, they should have worked with the partners that they keep saying they're going to work with. All they had to do was not actually shut it down straight away. They should have got a fire, in touch with the fire service, they should have got a fire prevention officer down there. He could have made that ascertain exactly what the situation was. And if necessary, we should have brought a fire engine down there. Should have brought a fire engine down there and put a man there 7:24 until something was sorted out. But the residents have not been alerted, the family have not been alerted. They just decided to shut it down. So, in effect, as far as I can see, the corporate director did the right thing, but she did it in the wrong way. And the residents were let down. The members at Nottingham were let down. Because the three main reasons that were given were the needs of the residents, that's why they shut it, the needs of the residents, fire improvement work, and the number of staff required for evacuation wasn't there. So in basically the death trap. Now, if that corporate director had not done anything, and she'd gone to court, because somebody unfortunately died in that period of time, the first question the solicitor would have said to that director, well, did you know there was a problem? Yeah, I did. Why didn't you do anything? She's done it completely the wrong way around. And also, there's another point. It says West Yorkshire Fire Service conducted a fire safety inspection on the 28th of November at Hazel Garth. And Hazel Garth was given a broadly compliant rating. What the hell does that mean? Broadly compliant? Either it's not compliant or it isn't compliant. So, did they leave there? I don't know. Did they leave there with it? I just can't get my head around that. Broadly compliant. That's okay, you know. So those things that are going wrong at Hazel Garth have not just been going on for a couple of weeks. They've been going on a long, long time. And I feel desperately sorry for the staff who have been let down. The carers. My father's been caring on for three years. The job they do is absolutely incredible. I can't tell you how They've been let down by a system. Because it says on page 11, it is recognised that the amount of different support at the same time added to the stress and confusion about roles. There were too many people involved, no overall responsibility or accountability. So I've looked at the report and it's just been a catalogue of disasters. And I'll never, ever, ever say anything about care staff, but they've been let down. They've been let down by hierarchy. The people who are more money than them, incredibly let down. I used to do some fire inspections around care homes, and I went to one in Wakefield. I used to do a fire drill. I go in there, I say, right, sit them all down, and say, I'm said to the caretaker, right, in 10 minutes set the alarm off. And it was not to catch anybody out, to set the alarm off in 10 minutes. But turn it off straight away, it's not too early. So all the staff went to the assembly point. I said, what are you doing? I was being told to go to the assembly point. I said, well, what about the people in the residents in the area? What about going to fire alarm? What about investigation? So the training they get is appalling, I'll tell you that now. They're being let down, badly let down by the people who make the decisions. I know it's about pay. Luckily no one was killed there. Incredibly lucky.
Can I ask you to hand up, please?
Yeah, I'll mind.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Can either Councillor Aguiar or the ex-portfolio holder, Councillor Cummings, confirm that there were 2 internal inspections in Hazelback back in November last year and beginning of this year? So it was used as a very expensive software called Cannibal, okay? So the inspection, have you read that inspection? Can you confirm that that has happened? So in that report, it was 4 points have been taken out. First and foremost, the care has not been standard by the CQC standard, number 1. Number 2, so the fair dogs, as Councillor Farmer has mentioned, is not compliant. Okay? Number 3. Why are you speaking? Number 3, the building is out of date. It is in a disrepair condition of repair. Again, going back to Councillor, let's go, your job. Number 4, lacking of leadership. So if you have a report back in November 2023, you have ignored it. You actually put it in the drawer and you did not want action on it. And then 24th of May, you close the care home, you 24 hours time, and you think you can still hide behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, the report, we're focusing too much on the report saying the councillors were misinformed. Yeah, they were misinformed, but they did authorise it to be shut down in 2 weeks. So we're having 13 days onto a 24-hour turnaround for which a councillor with more than 40 years experience and a councillor with more than 20 years experience authorised the shutdown of a care home in 14 days. They thought that was acceptable, and even in the report, it comes back and says there is a 90-day statutory requirement that you think someone or 2 people with a combined experience of 60 years would know that.
Thank you.
I haven't finished.
Sorry.
We're being selective in what we want to read here and what we don't. If you take the basis of the entirety of this report, there have been allegations of intimidation, there have been allegations of bullying, there were people that couldn't come forward because they thought they'd been sidelined, not promoted, overlooked, bullied, intimidated and ostracised in this council. She heads up that department and she's responsible for that department. She was warned and asked a question 5 months before this took place. Would there be a conflict of interest with Joe Webster starting at this council and heading up the adult social care department director in this council? Yes or like what would be the benefit? Would there be a conflict of interest? And her response was ultimately her downfall because she allowed an officer
that there is on this site. Appreciated for everybody.
Thank you, sir. Ultimately, anywhere you go in society, whether it's the tertiary sector, the private sector, the public sector, if you make a decision that is cataclysmic to a proportion of residents or constituents within an area or a company or a department, you are gone. You're gone. That's it. There's no, oh, we'll just keep you on, oh, we'll just split half your workload, which is what's been done here. We'll just split half your workload, give it to someone who's not even been in the council for 2 years, and literally move on.
12 years.
Sorry, not, but her other portfolio has been given to someone who, sorry, I apologise, her other portfolio has been given to someone who's not even been in the council for 2 years. So, not last cabinet meeting, which was yesterday, the cabinet meeting before, only Councillor Collins got up and profusely apologised to the residents. Councillor Cummings, no shame, no remorse, no morals, no ethics, just sat there silent, didn't speak a word. You can all go and listen to the cabinet meeting. It was shameful. She should be ashamed, and she should go today. Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My heart does go out to residents of Aysgarth and yourselves dealing with that. But I want to make one thing clear, that us lot only decide, all feel the same, but we can only vote on the independent report that we have seen. And today I will be basing my vote on the independent report that I have seen and based on nothing else, because that is the right thing to do. And you are right, well, actually you're wrong, because if it were in my ward, I would be doing exactly the same as you. I represent residents in Nottingham as part of the Armed Forces Champion, so it isn't a case of that I don't care and that I'm going to vote because I'm weak to vote. I'm going to vote with my conscience, but my conscience is it's the right thing to do to vote for the independent report that has come to this council. So I'm really sorry, I won't be supporting the motion today.
Councillor Pickersgill.
Just a couple of things to say, Mr. Mayor. One is, having worked in mental health service, I think people need to understand, a lot of our services are jointly provided between the health service and the council, and that means that we trust a hell of a lot of managers to manage our staff, and we trust, they trust our managers to manage their staff. So that is part of how we do joint working, and I think there were clearly some issues about the extension of that in terms of the road was occupied, the 3-part road was occupied, but it's an important part of how we do it. The other thing is, I'm really concerned by the suggestion that it was where the home was located that caused any difference in response. I think that it was a really unfortunate situation that arose, but I've got one of those homes in my ward. It could have been a fan shop, it could have been a library. The location is not, and I think it's unfortunate people start using the location of the home to somehow think that their area is a lower priority. It's not.
In terms of the motion, I'm just going to be clear. When I looked at this motion, I didn't look at whether it was in Nottingham or what area it was. It was looking at the idea of the report. It doesn't matter where in Wakefield this issue creates. I think it's an embarrassment of all councils in the chamber when you have these reports that come out. It's embarrassing for the reputation of the council when we have consecutive reports coming out around issues of failure within the council chamber. I don't know whether people will agree with that. I don't really care. That's what I think. That's the fact, matter of fact. And it's not whether it's in Nottingham, Wakefield South, or wherever it is. If people are being let down in the council, these matters really should have been raised much earlier on. I don't think it should have come to a motion. That's my personal view. I would have hoped, I hope this conversation is taking place, that this exact same conversation took place in the Labour Party meeting, where some of you had the gumption or the honour and integrity to actually talk to these people two of the most experienced councillors in the council chamber. And I'm not, whenever I, to be fair, and whenever the council has done something right, I've been on record and saying it's done things right. Whenever I've approached Councillor Jeffries or even Councillor Cummings, they've always been responsive and quite quickly as well. So I've not had that experience, but somebody in this district has had a poor experience, and it is down to Councillor Cummings. And when we read the report, and there's many different aspects of the report, there's one aspect where I find you personally responsible for, and it's the bit here which says, who is, and if you're not responsible, then tell me who is responsible for this. A culture is present which prevents some people speaking out. I was told of the fear and apprehension to challenge the corporate director and other senior members of senior leadership team concerns of being voiced to blame culture and bullying. That, there's another bit of it there. I'm not going to read the second bit. I hope you read it. Now, my personal belief is that you're responsible for the culture. As a portfolio holder, you set that culture in place. You say to whatever way you do that, you communicate to council officers, etc., and say that if you feel something is going on in this council chamber, then you need to use the mechanisms to alert somebody in there, whether it's whistleblowing, whether it's contacting someone higher up, the corporate directors, or even the chief executive. You should feel comfortable enough, because this is a serious issue. It could be a safeguarding issue. We've had a number of inquiries in this council going all the way back. Both of you were councillors, I was a councillor, and you've been councillors much longer than me and have more experience. Parent inquiry, the same things were written in that report about people feeling they couldn't say anything. When we spoke to social workers when we had the Ofsted, when Councillor Rowley was portfolio holder, and I'm not blaming Councillor Rowley for that, but social workers said the same thing. So who sets the culture in this council? We can't just hide. I am not, and I've said this, I don't disagree with anybody mentioning officers' names. I've been told that I was wrong. I've pretty much kept to that because they're not here to defend themselves in the council chamber, and that's the only reason. Whether I do it in the future or not is a separate issue. So the people we hold accountable as politicians are you people in front of us, the people that run the council, that have got the most experience, and that have agreed. If you felt that your competence levels or you didn't have the time, the energy to run the portfolio, you should just say, I am not going to run this portfolio because I do not feel that I am the right person to run that portfolio. And if you agreed to take that portfolio on, then that time, commitment, the feeling of yourself is your responsibility. Now, I've said this, and I said this earlier on, is I believe when people make mistakes, there is a degree of forgiveness, and people should be forgiven, given an opportunity to rectify those issues. But I've not felt any remorse come from Councillor Cummings, and I'm not. Maybe I've got it wrong, and maybe you've not. Maybe you've been sincere. You expect that to the people in Nottingham, to those people that have been affected. But this is I don't take any glory in this. I've got nothing written. Somebody did. I've got nothing written. I have nothing planned to say. I was going to leave it to people of the council of Nottingham because they've had a personal experience and they've been emotionally affected by this. But it's left to me to say that you lot should have had this conversation with these people in front of you. You should have said to them, what the hell are you doing? Is this a joke? You're showing us up as councillors. And if I'd expect someone to have that conversation with me if I was in there. Is this a joke? This is the second or third inquiry that you've had. What sort of joke is this going on? You have to call an external person every single time. And somebody, I can't believe he's still here. I really can't believe it, and I mean that I've got no issues with anybody here. If I have personal issues, I'll just say it. So, I will wind up, Mr. Mayor, but I just think that this is an embarrassment for every single council in the chamber, no matter which side you sit on. It is, whether you take it that way or not. And I think it's the honourable thing to do, just resign, come back in 2 years' time.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cummings.
Thank you. Why didn't I stop it? And that's a really good question, and it's one that continues to haunt me. If I'd been in possession of the full and true facts, I would have acted differently. As it is, and as the report says, I was misinformed. In the words of Sir Ed David, when he was questioned recently over the post office scandal,
he said I was lied to. And we were lied to, not just me, the leader of the council, the corporate the CX, we were all lied to. I was told at 6 p.m. one Monday evening that 6 very vulnerable people were at risk and in immediate danger. Their personal health needs had changed, there was health and safety issues, and myriad of things that I'm sure you've read in the report. Yes, I asked the questions around health and safety, whether the CQC had been informed and involved. And those questions were expertly responded to by someone who had a different agenda to this council. The report, I know you've all read it, holds all that information. I know going forward that the action plan will be followed to the letter. And I can only say, once again, a massive apology to the residents, their families and the staff at Hazel Garth. And we must ensure that this never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Speak, you have the right to reply if you wish. In exercising your right to reply, may I remind you that no new matters can be introduced.
I'm more concerned that on the day it happened, and I turned up at the home, after somebody put me in speak to me for crying so much, I went there, and they were all after crying, staff were crying, the families were crying, begging me to not let people take their families out of that home. I reached out to you all, and nobody had the courtesy to give me a call. It could have been, it could have had a hole on it, it could have been stopped that day, we could have had breathing space on what was happening, but nobody rang me, nobody could even be bothered. Denise told me that Morning Cummings would ring me. I all day waited and waited, I emailed and you said that you didn't have my number. You could have got my number and you might have been lighter, I'm not saying that you weren't. Everything in the report might be right, but that day could have been so much different if somebody, that somebody being you, seeing as Denise had told me it was you, that was going to come to me, you could have spoke to me, I could have related what was happening on the ground, but I didn't get that opportunity, and I couldn't help people because I didn't get that opportunity, and I'm left to carry that now, not just you, and for me, right, yeah, publicly apologise, that's the first time I've heard you do that. Denise has done it endlessly, right? But not once has anybody apologised to people that I had to do that day. Nobody. Only Denise. That's all I've got to say.
Who asked for a recorded vote? Councillor Gates. I need 5 people to support the recorded vote. 5 people, thank you. So there is a recorded vote, and the Chief Legal Officer will take the names. So we'll go through the list. All those in favour or against will be asked for a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the normal procedure, could you indicate which way you wish to vote? Councillor Ahmed?
For.
Councillor Allen?
Against.
Councillor Outcliffe?
Against.
Councillor Appleyard?
Against.
Councillor Eyre? Councillor Ayub? Councillor Bates? Councillor Bryan? Councillor Collins? Councillor Cummings? Councillor Farmer?
Abstain.
Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Fraser?
Against.
Councillor Garbutt's left. Councillor Gert?
Against.
Councillor Heckworth. Councillor Jeffrey.
Against.
Councillor Laura Jones. Councillor Melanie Jones.
Against.
Councillor Keith. Councillor Khan.
Against.
Councillor Law.
Against.
Councillor Masterman.
Against.
Councillor Mayhew. Councillor Medford. Councillor Mitchell.
Left unwell.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Councillor Nichols. Councillor Page. Councillor Pickersgill.
Against.
Councillor Pritchard. Councillor Roberts.
Against.
Councillor Rowley. Councillor Salim.
Against.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shaw.
Against.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Speak. Councillor Spade. Councillor Swift.
Against.
Councillor Tennant.
Against.
Councillor Tully.
Against.
Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Walton. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilton.
Against.
Mr Mayor.
Abstain.
And Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Do the numbers.
That is defeated. Sorry, that is defeated. The fall was 6 against 39 and 3 abstentions. Before we move on to the next item, which is a motion from Councillor Farmer, I am now going to leave the Council Chamber and Councillor Tennant will continue.
Thank you. Councillor Farmer, would you please move your motion to the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I brought this motion forward. The Labour government introduced a payment in 1997. The policy was introduced under Blair that pensions were significantly more likely to be in poverty and poor than other cross-sections of society. I'm not sure really what this is all about. The last 10 years I've been here, I've listened to you talking about the most vulnerable in society, the poor, the children, and then you go and do this. You must feel humiliated, you must feel angry, you must feel sad, you must feel disgusted. Well, you'll get over it, because I've had that for the last 5 years. When the party opposite has given me so much grief about the government just gone. And yes, I'm glad they're gone. And you can report me to the Conservative Party, you can throw me out, I'm not bothered. Right? But you've gone on and on about it all the time, and now it's come home to roast you, isn't it? Because you've got it now. All the grief and all the hassle I've had, you're getting it. You don't like it, do you? But the thing that baffles me most is that this £22 billion black hole, today I've heard the news, it's now 40 billion. We'll just make it up. But it's a little bit of deja vu, because in 2010, on the 19th of October, David Cameron presented to the Strategic Defence and Security Review The government's claim it had inherited a £38 billion blacklist of defence plans bigger than the entire annual defence budget of £33 billion. A little bit of deja vu, isn't it? But there's one person I respect, one person on your party, that's John Trickett, who had the gumption to vote against it. The rest of them, what's her name? Botcher up. She turned her back on 18,768 residents in the Austin Denbydale. She voted to remove the winter fuel payment. What is your party? Party, Mr. Starmer, it's a party of service, isn't it? What is it? Self-service? All I've heard all the last 10 years about the chaos, the confusion. What did he say? We've had 100 days. They've been a bit choppy. No, it's the same old, isn't it? Councillor Dirt brought it up, didn't it? Some council meeting ago. A billionaire replaced by a millionaire. Same old chaos, isn't it? Same old snouts in the trough. They're all in the trough, aren't they? I can't get my head around this office support thing. Office support and spend it on clothes. You know, my glasses aren't very good neither. You haven't got Lord Ali's number, have you, to get a new pair, have you? I mean, glasses. Are they taking the mick? 2017. That nasty, in the words of the gorgeous Angela Ray, scum party. I have any problem about calling me anything you want. I was after, but she talked about that, the scum party. It's about time she maybe looked in the mirror. Because in 2017, Theresa May's government were going to scrap that allowance. We're going to scrap it. But it was later dropped. But the Labour Party's research, because they did research on that, said the proposal could lead to the death of thousands of pensioners. Thousands! Not a couple of hundred, thousands! And it was the single biggest attack on pension generation. That was your party that said that. I didn't say that. Your party said that. I can't get my head around it. Why? Why do you come in government? That same thing with Rishi Sunak. I'm going around delivering leaflets. And then I hear he's left the D-Day celebration early. I felt like just putting him straight in the bin. Gambling things. If you're going to get some inside information, don't put in your own name. Who are these advisors advising these people? Who's doing it? But you are cannon fodder. I've been it for 5-6 years, cannon fodder. And when you're cannon fodder, this is what happens. This is what happens. Because when 2026 comes, that's exactly what you are, and you have to defend it. Those MPs are in there for the next 5 years. They don't care about you. The MPs, the Conservative MPs, don't care about you. They'll quite happy for me to go around and put me leaflets through, put them all your leaflets through, Mickey boy, that's it, and we'll just mess it all up for you. So I'm glad about it. You could say you could report me to wherever you want to. For saving 50 quid a month, 50 quid a year, whatever it is, I'm not bothered. Because I've had enough of it. And you can put your amendments in, you can put whatever you want in, you can put on it, Councillor Farms a scumbag, I'm still going to vote for it. I don't care. I'm going to vote because it's affected people in my ward. Little old ladies, the veterans, all those decent people have worked all their lives. And you've shafted them. Your party's shafted them. You've stolen it. £300 a month. And then what did you say? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to give them a triple lock in April. Are you? Oh, well done. That's if they survive. Correct me if I'm wrong, is it April? That's not winter, is it? They want it now. They want it now. And I'm glad that you're doing pension credit, you're sorting that out. But you shafted them. Why would you possibly do that? I'm like, when they're up there, and the nieces are there, there's
Councillor Farmer, can you please go on now, please?
I thought it was 25 minutes.
You've done more than
How about 5 minutes? Thank you, madam. So when they're up in cabinet, and they come up with their plans, they're all snouts in the trough, because all the Tories, I know, I get all that, so don't come back and you're talking to me about the Conservative Party, because I agree with you. Right, so when the snouts in the trough...
Thank you.
I haven't finished. Oh, I can reply, I'm not allowed to reply, aren't I?
When we get to that part.
Thank you very much. I'll look forward to that bit. Thank you very much.
Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Do you wish to formally speak now or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
because of the amendment, I'll speak now because it actually roots it out there. So, Councillor Farmer approached me about doing this motion, about this more particular motion, obviously, and it's our intention, obviously, with both future, was to make it totally, let's remove all the non-political bit, and I think that's what we did. We thought that the issue was more important than party politics, because we looked back, and we were talking about this, when the Conservatives came in and said to us that we're going to plan a range of austerity moves, and they're going to improve everybody's lives, and all of a sudden people who are earning £50,000 a year or 60 are not going to get child support payments, child benefits, means testing. People accepted that. I didn't agree with it at that time, still don't. And then we knew what the outcome of the election was going to be. Everyone knew. And I wasn't deluded to put my head in the sand and expect. I knew that Labour would win the election. And obviously percentages, everything like that. And the first thing that any government does is find a black hole. Like the Tories did, Labour finds it as well. It's all invisible, obviously made up. And then they blame the government. That works for about a year. And then people start blaming you as well, start going, actually, you've been in about 2 years now it's your fault. And then, as local councillors, we often, the sins of MPs get passed down to councillors. So we're all getting paid for our suits and everything like that. We all get asked them questions. We do, because people associate politicians with us all in one bag. But there's 650 MPs in Parliament, and they all are able to claim allowances for fuel. We're all able to claim their allowances. And I didn't think, I thought, I don't know which part of the wing you resurrected Starmer from, but I think he's gone even to the right of the Tories. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about some of the Tories that exist in the party now, and I think he's gone a bit too far. I don't know which book he read, and it's about turning it early, because I remember when he was at Leeds University, someone who studied it, probably I don't know where he's getting his policies from, but that was one of the worst policies I think he could have come out with. And to blame it, and all of you know, if that was announced before the general elections, then it probably would have been a different, I don't think it would have changed much, but it would have been a different story and majorities in there. But I think, as you all know, how it impacts on residents in this area. I'm surprised Councillor Tully's put a motion in, an amendment in, but I don't really get it, because it was a straightforward motion. And like Councillor Farmer, we said, we don't care when we put all our Conservatives, we're going to support the motion, because the matter that's most important here is the elderly people of the district. And there's still time, and I hope there's time where the right wingers in your party that have taken over your cabinet, including Yvette Cooper, and now have some honour amongst themselves, say, look, we made a mistake, we're going for the Labour Party of the working people, and the people that have worked for this country have done everything that we wanted them to do, and now we're saying to them, just as the cap has gone up 10%, just as it's gone up, the highest percentage usage, so November, December, January, February, is the highest usage of electric and gas. You all know that, I know that, we all pay our bills. And then all of a sudden we say to them people, most of them people, that we're going to take your money off them. And I'm not against doing any form of, checks on who earns what, and people that, if somebody earns £1 million a year, well, they shouldn't get a registered allowance. Simple as that. I think they would agree with you. But the pensioners that are being affected on this one, as you know, are not millionaires. And most of them, they might be rich, they might be asset rich, but they're cash poor. They might be sat in mortgage houses. You probably all know, most of them are sat in houses that are worth double or something more than what we paid for them. It doesn't make us millionaires. So this is hitting the hardest people, probably the people who work for this country. What message are we really saying to them people is, you've worked all your life for this country, you've paid your taxes, you've probably got ripped off, we get taxed for everything. Every single last bit of our system is taxed to the hill. And then all of a sudden, whilst you're in your elderly age pension, we give you some money back, and now we're going to take that back because we think there's some imaginary black hole that appeared in there. Now, I'm going to support it, whatever you say there. So whatever you've written, Councillor Tully, you can say it as much as you want, and I'm sure if you've written it, austerity too, I hope you mention that, because this is Labour's version of austerity, and I hope that you're honourable enough to admit that this is Labour's austerity version too, as well as same way that I stood here
Councillor,
on here.
will you please wrap up?
Yeah, and I admitted that it was total austerity. So this is your right wingers in your party coming together and coming out with their austerity, and it's your kind, you know, chickens have come home to roost. So call it out.
The Labour Group has submitted an amendment to the motion. The amendment has been circulated to members prior to the meeting. Councillor Tully, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is one of many critical issues which is facing our community, including in work poverty. And I listened to what Councillor Farmer and Councillor Hammond said, and things a lot was said that's not correct. But the reason why we've submitted an amendment is because they have failed to put into their resolution the main question about getting this decision rescinded. And that's what you failed to do. You put down your reasons about writing to the Chancellor of Cheshire, you've done that, about setting up pension credit, you've done that, about, you know, committing to the community, saying the Wakefield pension, you've done it all. But what you haven't done, and if you hadn't done, I don't think we would have, because it failed. Because it fails to address the pensioners that don't qualify. It doesn't address it. And in my part of the world, I have over 1,500 people who get pension credit. They ain't a problem. They're already on it. And I have a cohort of pensioners who don't qualify for it and nobody wants to qualify for it because they've got quite a few quid stashed away. But we've got over 7,000 in the Emirates constituency alone. We are looking at other constituencies across the district that don't get pension credit. And no matter how many campaigns we have, and no matter how many community centres we go to, and how many forms we fill in, 243 pages, it ain't going to get them any pension credit. Because the pension credit cut-off leaves you in a dilemma where they're never going to put it. There are pensioners that are poor. This money should never be taken. The actual, if we are successful as a government in getting every single pensioner onto pension credit, it'll cost this government £3.9 billion. There's only a saving of £1.3 billion remain by doing away with winter fuel allowance. So the reason why we've selected our suggested amendment is because we are calling for the decision made a few weeks ago to be rescinded until there has been a proper impact and assessment can be done. Nobody wants to see winter fuel allowance going to multi-millionaires. Nobody in this room wants to see that. And nobody wants to see, none of us want to see, is some of our pensioners who are just over the threshold being disqualified from the winter fuel allowance. And I agree. I want to remember that John Trickey had the balls, or call it whatever you like, to stand up and say, where were others? Because in 1997, the incoming Labour government introduced winter fuel allowance. And Yvette Cooper and John Trickey, who were in Parliament at the time, voted for it. So why the hell should they have voted to take it out extra weeks since? So I'm with you on that particular page. The reason why, and I'll say it again, I want to support the amendment because the amendment covers the issue of making sure, or at least asking, that this crazy, stupid decision is reversed. Because that's what should have been done. It was a simple situation. We could have looked at all council tax bands from A to C and left them alone. And then looked at D, E, and F. There are a multitude of things we could have done. There's a multitude of things I could have looked at as a socialist about raising money. And I started with wealth tax. I started up here and not with pensioners. And I don't disagree with what both the Speaker and the Secretary have said. It's a disgrace. And it's a shame on our government 100 days in. And the reason why, and I'll say it again before I sit down, is the reason why we moved the reason regarding getting the benefit, getting the decision rescinded. Because like I said earlier, no matter what we do, we can work, and if you're looking at the way the pension might go up next year, and there's in our part of a significant rise in some of our big pensions, anybody that qualifies for pension credit this year might lose it next April. It might be a one-off. And the cliff edge situation has got to be addressed. We can't have a situation where people can be penalised for being 50 pence over. It's a crazy situation, and all I'm asking this council to do today is to support the amendment, because the amendment asks us to rescind the ridiculous decision that was made by the Chancellor extra weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can I move that we vote to suspend council procedural so we can conclude this debate, because it's an important discussion and we've got time at the moment.
Is that seconded? Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Thank you. Is the amendment seconded? Thank you, Councillor Scott. Do you wish to formally speak now, or reserve your right to speak until later in the debate?
I'll speak now.
Thank you. I 100% agree with what Councillor Tully just said, and I applaud John Shuckey. I'll keep it brief, don't what I'm going to say. I won't speak for everyone to see. I think you said most of what everything that wants to be said. But I believe this Labour government has got many things right so far in the last few months, such as public ownership of railways, bringing buses under local ownership. We've seen workers' rights packages and a tenants' rights package. But scrapping the winter fuel allowance is not one of the things they've got right. It's totally, utterly wrong to do this. I support the amendment, and I believe the winter fuel allowance should be preserved to ensure the pensioners in our district and across the country aren't pushed into poverty and don't have to decide between eating and eating.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Rockaway.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I rise to support this amendment. And let's be frank, despite many achievements already, as Councillor Scott's just announced, the government has got this one wrong, and we should call it out where we see it. We should be proud of the winter fuel allowance when we introduced it in 1997. It lifted people out of poverty, and we shouldn't be taking away the support at a time when winter is fast approaching and people need it. As many charities have said, and Councillor Tully said earlier, the cut-off thresholds are too arbitrary. They need to be looked at and addressed. And we need to do all we can as an authority to raise awareness on pension credit take-up, and I do welcome the roadshows and workshops that are going on to raise awareness of that. But I have to say, it's a bit late for the Tories to find their conscience after 14 years of appalling decisions impacting the poorest in society in a far greater way than this one has. Billions of cuts to public services. Tory outrage in light of their record and the black hole they left in the public finances, and there is a black hole, is frankly astonishing. And it makes you want to ask, where is their outrage when they shut the show start centres in our poorest communities? Where is the outrage when they introduce the bedroom tax, when they cut legal aid, when they froze working age benefits? Where is the outrage when they closed the rent boy factories? Where was the outrage when they slashed the education maintenance allowance and trebled tuition fees? Where was the outrage when they privatised Royal Mail on the cheap? When they let water companies dump record amounts of sewage in our rivers? When they presided over a record decline in NHS services and an explosion of food bank use? When they restricted our right to protest and gagged charities from speaking out? Where was the outrage when they funneled billions of public money to Tory donors for dodgy PPP? When Liz Truss gambled on people's pensions and mortgages to the tune of £50 billion. That's why there's a financial black hole, because there's always wrecked the economy. Where the second we won't forget the toxic legacy that you've left us in government and the moral stain you've left on our body politic. As much as we agree with you on the need to rethink the cuts to winter fuel allowance, and we're not afraid to say it to our government, the public will see through your cheap, confected outrage. Madam Mayor, I support you.
Councillor
thought we'd stop this debate.
We moved it. Standing orders and suspended to allow the debate to continue. I don't know if that's picked up. I don't know.
It's what we want.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the amendment. As the representative for Hemsworth, I feel lucky that John Trickett is the MP for Hemsworth and Longton. When I mentioned the 12 people that attended our pension credit roadshow, and I said that 9 were able to access pension credit, the 3 that weren't over meagre pounds, below £5 each, which is just horrific. If I was the Prime Minister, I'd be asking those that got the PPE contracts to pay that money back, because that was appalling. So, I support this amendment.
Councillor Roberts.
Again, this subject is very emotive and it's been discussed quite widely throughout media and rightly so. I do agree that not all those eligible for winter allowance for transfers announcement need it. Some people are wealthy, and so I do support these testing as allowance and see it as a form of welfare to some of the poorest in society. That being said, I think the decision made is too rapid, will affect those above pension credit who do need it. I personally share the view of Master Lewis, who has commented that no this policy would need to make an amendment and make it based on council tax bands, A/C. Again, that can be debated, it's just my opinion. That way, it would meet the end of not just being a handout to everyone, being means tested, and also making sure that those that need it get it. Motion put forward by the Conservative and I would have support and did raise this because it states things always being done by the local council anyway, so there's nothing to be ahead. However, the Labour amendment, I feel explains and gives more detail and enhances the original motion. I can't see why this amendment would not receive full council support from all sides. I would say this winter, the current government policy, senior citizens are going to struggle against the current announcement and therefore can't support so that would be detrimental to senior citizens, certainly in my work and try lots of political argument in that as well. So thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I agree with everything that's been said. Should never have been done. I don't even buy the arguments about means testing it. They will introduce university because it's cheaper to our minister. And if we are really bothered about a few rich people getting a few hundred quid, we should, we can take it through the council tax system or we do it through. I mean, you can do it through our HMRC as a taxpayer, but there's no issue. It's totally the wrong decision and we should
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Gert's point, it's just, it just gets in your throat when the Chancellor claimed £4,300 in both their homes' heating bills and then cuts the people's fuel allowance that have contributed to this country throughout all their life, that have fought for this country throughout all their life, that have been carers, that have been doctors, that have been nurses, that have been teachers, like literally the backbone of our society. And I would have supported either amendment, and I do mean with sincerity. I hope none of you get suspended through this, because you are doing the right thing, each and every one of you.
Councillor Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I thought Councillor Ahmed and Councillor Farmer wanted to debate this matter, very important matter for the parents who are also grandparents of the district, non-politically, but it does not stop Councillor Hemingway who blows some hot political air. So basically, you give a summary of this Conservative government for 40 years. It might be the same, I would have been wind that clock by 50 years of your ill management and ill performance of this council. So let's put that aside. Let's talk about how we can really help. If the both sides agree on this is a correct decision, it's a robbery, then we need to go further. Some council has taken the matter into their own hand. For example, Stockton Council, they give the qualified pensioners each £100. So will you put your hand on heart? Will you be able to do something better, not just blow the hot air in this chamber and it's quite late already? Thank you.
Councillor Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I just wanted to say that I agree with what Councillor Palmer said. I agree with what Councillor Tully said. I was absolutely shocked when this announcement was made. It was totally, and it's the wrong decision to make. But what I want to say is, as much as I'm proud to say that John Trickett hasn't been my MP for very long, I was proud to stand by him and that he's going in there. But what I want to say is, had Yvette Cooper MP voted against it, she would have been suspended and will have left the cabinet. Cabinet members are made to stick together. If you suspend your cabinets, then if they're suspended, then where does that leave the government that's supposed to be running this country? So it's easier to say she voted for it because of. Don't think you realise that it will carry red balls that introduced the payment in the first place in 1997. He introduced it as a Labour government in 1997. It came from Ed Balls, did the fuel payment. So to say that she voted against it for whatever reason, I'm just conscious of the ministerial code and that we need our ministers in place to be able to run this country. John Trickett is a backbencher and will quite freely to go the way that he did, and he did. But I will be supporting the motion. I know you're being critical over there, and it is. I do apologise if it's not making much sense, because if I can finish before you keep popping in.
No, I'm asking to speak.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is knocking a ministerial MP for voting against it is the wrong thing to do. They need to be in their positions to make decisions
You know exactly how I felt about it. All of it. You do. Steve, you do. You know how I felt the last 6 years as Conservative Council. Shame, yeah, I hear that. And you're right, Jack, yeah. I'm appalled by 99.9% of the stuff they've done. But that doesn't mean to say you carry on with the garbage, does it? And that's what your party has done. You've carried on with the garbage. It's absolutely appalling. I don't agree with half that stuff, you know, that the Conservative group did. So when you say all that stuff, do you think I agree with it? Do you honestly think I agree? I'm a political naive ignoramus. I am. I get it. I am.
You need to speak on the amendment.
Yes, but I'm telling everybody there, I'm an ignoramus. I'm telling you, I'm politically incorrect. I don't get it. I'm a dinosaur. I don't get it. I don't get half the stuff that these politicians do. And now, I'll probably be kicked out in 20 months' time because I'm not conforming to the standards. I don't care. I don't care. Ministers, have you heard of grow a pair? Sorry, Madam Mayor, grow a pair, that's P-E-A-R, pair. So I don't want to think I'm sexist to know, but grow a pair. I don't give a monkeys about £40,000 minister. It's wrong what they do. Somebody should turn around and say to them, what are you doing? Because these are fines, not safe. I'm trying my best, Madam Mayor. It's very difficult. I know it, Madam Mayor. I'm trying my best, Madam Mayor. So I carry on. So I'll talk on the amendment. Right. A bit disappointed, Steve, that you put amendments in about make it a little bit political. Because I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered to make it political, Steve. I don't care. I'm still going to vote for it. As I told you, you could put anything you wanted about me on there. I'm still going to vote for it. I don't agree with the amendment. When it goes from amendment to the motion, I'm going to vote on it, Stevie. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm glad that most of you, or a lot of you, have made some. You're ashamed, aren't you? Just like I've been ashamed for 5 years, 6 years. And you're ashamed, aren't you? You're ashamed of your government. But I just leave it on that last thing. I'll just do a tweet. I mean, I don't do social media, as you know. I don't do social media. I don't like social media. Rachel Reeves, 11:49, the 21st of August, 22. This is what we wrote. Disappeared this tweet, but it's been sent to me. I'll never forget a woman in Leeds, West, I spoke to, who had purple fingers because her pension wasn't enough to pay for her eating. We must start now. And that's what you do. Well done. Congratulations on that one. Slag me off as much as you want, not bothered.
Thank you. Councillor Tully, as number of the amendment, do you wish to reply before we take the amendment to the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
In exercising your right of reply, may I remind you that no new matter can be introduced.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. And one of these notes, River Island, about 5 years. Woolworths, maybe more through because I can't see very well.
Awkward, Stevie.
Right. Let's just not get too overly carried away. This is something from across there about Rachel Reeves, X, Y, Z. All, you know, Nadine Sawat, remember him? As MP for Stratford-upon-Avon, claiming fuel land, claiming MP's expenses to keep his horses warm.
That's not a point.
You know, Boris Johnson, you know, this so-called Prime Minister about £200,000. You know, the only reason why we're talking about that, the only reason why we're talking
suspending council procedure rules, you've suspended rules 33 and 37. 33 would have allowed you to move straight to the vote. What the Mayor is now asking is if there is anything else to be added on what is now the substantive motion, bearing in mind that you've debated it as an amendment, so it would need to be something new that has not been covered before.
Anybody? No, thank you. We will now take the final vote on the substantive motion.
Call the vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Is that supported by anybody else? We need 5? No. Show hands if you... Has he got 5? No? Right, we'll move on to the vote then, thank you. Please show all those in favour of the substantive motion. Please show all those against the substantive motion. Any abstentions? That is carried. And that, colleagues, was the last item on the agenda. Thank you all for your attendance. I now declare the council.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, please be upstanding whilst the Deputy Mayor and Mayoral Party depart the council chamber.